Okay, everybody. Hello, my name is Ahskance. I teach CVs on Twitch. I am a CV main for Kill Steal Confirmed. I've been playing CVs in this game since the rework. I really didn't play much of the RTS version. Been playing almost every day for about 1.75 years, I guess. I joined shortly after April Fool's Day. The only reason I remember that is because back in the armory, if you had April Fool's Day tokens or something, you could put them in. So I vaguely remember that, for whatever that's worth. Potato Quality put out a video saying, CVs don't belong in World of Warships. A lot of people have come in and asked me, what do you think about this? What are your thoughts? What are your comments, criticisms, etc.? And, I watched it. I think it's actually well formatted. He put a lot of effort into getting the information into the places it needed to be so that he could go through his points piece by piece, which I did enjoy. So I've listened to this video now probably 6 to 7 times. So I'm pretty familiar with it. That being said, I haven't listened to it in a few days, so I'm going to do a fresh run through. Before I continue with this, I've had a few people on for discussion. Most recently we had Pulleycat, and some of the comments that I get are, you need to let somebody put out the entirety of their argument before you respond. So I tried to figure, how do I deal with this video? Do I play it at double speed? Do I just kind of paraphrase it? How do I interact with this per se? And what I came down to is I'm going to play a section so that he can give a complete thought, and because he's brought him down into sections, etc. And then I'll respond after he's done his complete thought. So in a discussion, there are multiple times where I'll hear something and I'll just be like, whoa, before we go further, let's address this. I'm going to try to give him, give the video the floor, and then I'll respond to it in kind. This will probably be a long video, because his video is 47 minutes, and then I can obviously talk for a bit. So I wouldn't be surprised if this goes to an hour and a half or 2 hours. Because of that, I have changed the channel or whatever to sub mode or something, just because I know it's going to be silly. So after I do this, I'll probably take some questions and answers, as I'm currently streaming on Twitch, which may be included in the video or might be included in a separate video. I'll figure that out as we go. But first off, he has an introduction which goes a little bit. I did debate as to whether to skip this or not, as it's kind of caused some controversy. I'm going to, for the sake of putting it in the video, we're just going to go through it, and I'm going to respond. I don't necessarily see it as controversial as other people do, but we can address that when we get there. So I'm going to start the response at this time.
So the first thing I want to say is, I know this video is probably not going to change anyone's mind. That's kind of why I've hesitated to make this video entirely. People have already made up their minds on CV rework. The people who already hate CVs and don't think they belong in the game are just gonna agree with me, and it's like preaching to the choir. Or the people who think CVs are fine are likely not gonna look at these arguments I'm about to make, and they're not gonna take me seriously, and it won't change their minds at all. So I don't really think this is really gonna do much, but it will be nice to just get my thoughts out on the CV rework and how CVs are in this game, and really just get a concise video together that I can reference to when people ask me what I think about CVs. So that's what I'm doing here. First things first, to get out of the way, I strongly believe that you should be experienced and competent at a high level if you're going to discuss things like balance and different aspects of a video game. I truly believe that you should have some credibility to talk about this. If you're someone who doesn't play the game at a very high level, I don't think your opinion should be as valid as someone who plays at a very high level, because the person who plays at that better or higher level obviously understands some things about the game that you don't, if you're a bad player or a mediocre player even. And that's why I truly believe that I have to show you, again, if you've seen my aiming video, I already did this a little bit, but I think the only way you can take someone seriously is if you know who they are and what they've done. And you shouldn't be taking people seriously who don't have the credentials to back up what they're saying. So, with that out of the way, here's my statistics. I'm just going to throw up on the screen just some averages. As you can see, I am very good in all classes of this game, except old CVs. I didn't really give RTS CVs a fair chance. I didn't really enjoy the playstyle, so I didn't really play them. But you'll see that I have played the reworked CVs, and I'm averaging some pretty high damage numbers. So I don't like to play them because I find them boring, but I would like you to note that I have played them. I've played them at a very high level, so I obviously understand how they work and how to play a carrier. I just personally dislike the playstyle and what it brings to the game. That's why you don't see me play them on stream. But I do know what I'm doing in them. The other thing I should say is we won the Verizon Championship, so theoretically we're the best team in the world right now, 07, and I'm a part of that team. We've won multiple Kings of the Sea tournaments. We're constantly top in these tournaments, so I would like to think that I'm one of the more experienced players in this game, and because I've been playing it at such a high level for so long, that I know more about this game than most people. So I would ask that everybody watch this video through and keep an open mind to the arguments I'm about to present before you comment. I know that's not going to happen. Some people are probably already commenting down below, but I'm just going to ask it anyway. I may as well. And the last thing I'm going to say before we get into the arguments is I probably won't take you seriously unless you can show me that you understand the game to a similar level that I can, that I understand this game. You don't have to understand it as well, but I'm just saying that in order for me to take an argument seriously, I need some form of credentials to say, yes, you know what you're talking about. So, with that out of the way, let's start with the first argument.
Okay, so this intro was a little bit controversial. Been forum posts and people freaking out about it. I take a few things away from this. I recently had a discussion with an 07 clan member named Pulleycat. And in that discussion, I mean, I don't remember who mentioned it. I think I did, but I'm not exactly sure. What I mentioned is League of Legends, another very popular free-to-play game. It has a design team. Some of the people on that design team in a ranking system might be gold players or silver players. There's bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, goes up from there. So you're going to have some people that are extremely on the high end of the competitive spectrum, but there are game designers that are more middle of the pack. It doesn't mean that they don't know how to build a game. It means that they're not competitive. They may not have the reflexes to do it. They may not have the interest to do it. They may not have the time to do it. There can be a lot of mitigating factors. Sometimes people just aren't that good. It doesn't mean they don't know how to put games together, but in the conversation with Pulleycat, this turned into a back and forth where, he posited, I know more about the game than you do. I don't know Pulleycat personally. I'm willing to assume he was on a team that they won Verizon. So I agreed with that. I think I'm probably a better carrier player than him because it's really my specialty. But as far as the other classes, I'm willing to give the benefit of the doubt on that. That point was pretty specifically made as, he's more of an authority figure in terms of the general, all of the way the pieces fit together into the game, as opposed to me. So in the context of the argument, the context of our discussion was his opinion should have more weight than mine. In the sense of how individual pieces form, in the sense of how the game kind of works together, I can understand the logic, but you don't have to be the best in the world to understand how things work. You don't have to be the best driver in the world to understand how to operate a car. You don't have to be the best mechanic in the world to know how to change tires. There are things which are basic and obvious that people can identify and call out. That being said, that's not what Potato Quality is saying here. If you listen to the full intro, a lot of people are asking him about the question. So he sat down, he thought he'd make a video about it. Here is that video. So when people ask him in the future, he can just say, go watch this video. And he doesn't have to get into this big back and forth and answering this question that just comes up, every few weeks or every day, depending on what's going on in the forums or popular culture, whatever. He's given an answer. And he just wanted to go out and put out there, there are going to be people that watch this video. They don't agree with me. He is established in the game. He knows a lot about the game. And if you're going to try and have a conversation with him about this, to please understand that if he's going to have a high level conversation, he wants to be having it with someone else that's high level. If there's a master in chess, they would probably like to discuss chess with another master. It's just, you put in the time and the effort, you'd like to see somebody with equal credentials to talk about it with. I really didn't personally take this to mean all other ideas are invalid. More that if you want to have this conversation, have it with somebody else. Potato Quality's given his answer. It's right here. So that's kind of a little background, I think, to why it was framed the way it was framed, and also just, hey, dude, leave me out of it, basically. One thing I would like to point out from this section is he showed his stats. And something to take away from this as we move forward, and I'll jump back to the point in the video, is he has, in terms of battles, 3,261 battles in a cruiser, 1,207 battles in a destroyer, 7,125 battles in a battleship. He has 32 in a carrier. This is significant, and I'm going to talk about this a little bit later, but carriers have a basic design, but then so do battleships, so do cruisers, so do destroyers. You point your guns at the enemy and you shoot. You point your torps at the enemy and you shoot. Is there a refinement to the technique? Absolutely. Is there a lot of strategy in how you might employ techniques or how you use the class? Absolutely. Part of that's going to come with practice, refinement, etc. Now, obviously, with thousands of battles in cruisers, destroyers, battleships, as well as potentially some of the RTS carriers, he's going to have a large knowledge base that he's able to bring into any situation he comes into. When subs are released, in his first few games as a sub captain, he's going to have a lot of intimate knowledge about what ships are on the map, what positions they're in, what ships and positions are important. He brings a lot of that experience to the table. But I have to point out, this is 32 games. And one of the big reference points that he made here is, you can see that my damage is good. There's two problems with that. One, that when CVs were released initially back in patch 8.0, Wargaming had decided that there were not enough people in the test environment to be able to test the class. So they released it to the test server to see if there were bugs that the game would break. And when there weren't game-breaking bugs that make the game crash and fail and this and that, the planes in general worked, it was functional, they put it to live, but it hadn't been balance tested to any significant degree. At that point, I think the highest game that I've heard of in the world was Gaishu and a Hikaru doing over 550,000 damage. If you look up here, one of these teams has 760,000 damage across 12 players. Gaishu was able to do 550,000 in a single CV. So I don't know how long ago he played these. He might have played them back in 8.0, he might have played them in 8.2, 8.3, 8.4. The real serious balancing came in at 8.5. So it absolutely could have been a situation where he walked around when carriers were absolutely mind-numbingly not correct and just beat the crap out of some people for a while and just went, this is dull, and went back to doing something else. So I have to point this out because I do think it's actually very important, and we'll address this later as there are some other points that he makes which I need to respond to as well. So we're going to continue at this point. Actually, before I do that, my credentials, I have thousands of games in a CV, in the post-rework CV. I have Granted, it's not the last 10 or 15 or 20 seasons, but the last 3 seasons I've been on a team where I'm providing carrier assistance, and we've been within top 5 of North America. Twice the team was world first. It didn't end there, but we were world first, got knocked out, reclaimed it, got knocked out again. So I have played these both in randoms as well as a competitive level. I used to compete in World of Warcraft. I was rating at a world level there as well, and I've had other little competitive stuff, but I'm not a super competitive player. Mostly I just like to learn about something and try to play at a high level. So that's what I've got. Anyway, we're going to continue at this point.
Fundamentally, I believe CVs do not belong in the game at a very base level. Before we get into statistics, before we get into how much damage is dealt, what type of damage is dealt, how they spot, how all these things work, at their most basic core principle, they do not match this video game, okay? CVs do not risk ship HP to impact the battle. Every other ship in the game does, okay? So, what that means is the CV can go impact the battle in many different ways, by dealing damage, spotting, resetting capture zones, taking map control, all that good stuff that you can do to impact the game can all be done without the CV player risking their ability to stay in that match. Every other player in that match, to do anything, to push up, to retreat, to do anything, they're close enough that if they want to impact the battle, like let's say a destroyer going to contest a cap, they are risking their ship's HP to do anything. And that risk is not held by a carrier, because carriers can just sit at the back of the map and not risk their HP pool at all, or risk their ability to continue playing this game in this match, whereas every other player is risking and losing their ability to stay in this match. So that's why, in a very basic way, CVs just don't belong, because they're not risking that. What they're risking is their ammunition. While surface ships do have unlimited ammunition, I would argue it's way more powerful to risk ammunition, not players' ability to stay in that match. That is a very different thing. So that's number one.
Okay. HP versus resources. What do classes gain by their board position? What can they do? He's correct. For the most part, a CV does not expect to interact with the hull, to interact with other ships. It doesn't expect to get torpedoed by a destroyer for the majority of the match. A destroyer, there's secret mission DDs that are going to slide along the outside and eventually come after, hunting subs or something. Occasionally, there's going to be cross-map shots from battleships. Should actually be done more, especially at lower tiers 4, 6, and 8. Although I don't think you really get the ranges until maybe tier 8. Battleship ranges are kind of held back until then. But still, should happen more. And tier 10, because the ranges on the battleship are so great, there's a lot of armored decks, which allow rounds to skip off the deck or shatter on the deck, because otherwise it would be an incredibly easy thing to do to just fly over, spot the CV, and then it would just get gangbanged by long-range fire. People say, why is the deck, why are their decks the way they are at tier 10? It's so that CVs don't just get cross-mapped within the first 2 minutes, as it really could happen. So he's correct in identifying that fundamentally, surface ships interact with each other in a different way than the CV does. But I would like to make a few points on this. One, whenever you have a game where you have a melee class, they have a limited amount of range. They have to get close to something to be able to attack it. Well, then you add a ranged class. The ranged class has a further distance from which they can attack, which is where the concept of kiting comes from. You have a ranged class who's constantly running away, while something with limited range is chasing after it. And in games like that, you can constantly have, I guess people might call it power creep or range creep or whatever, where you'll have something with short range, but then you have something with just a little bit more, so it can deal damage without being struck back. So then another thing is introduced that has a longer range that can interact with this and it can't interact with that. And you can constantly have, I guess the term that comes to mind is N+1, but that's not really the correct one. So it's like range +1. Like there's something that has more range, something that has more range than that, something that has even more range than that. And currently, carriers have the most range. Because of their mechanics, they're not spotted when the planes lift off on the deck. So there's a variety of differences in the interaction, but ultimately, the carrier is the ultimate kiter because the carrier has the most range and also the ability to launch or use its equipment without creating a large detection range, whereas you'd have gun range or something that would detect you if you're in a battleship. So this is something that games have. It's a known issue, quote unquote, problem. Technically, if you load into a battle, you have a CV, enemy has a CV. CVs can light other CVs. The question is, if the CV is lit, do people have shots on it? Is it able to do something about it? Which leads to carrier positioning. Do you try to move forward and hide behind an island to prevent yourself from cross-mapping? Do you just stay at extreme range to avoid being shelled from long distances? Sometimes you just try to stay so far back that you're out of detection range and kind of insulate yourself from CV sniping. But in terms of that, I do want to agree with him. That is a difference. In asymmetrical game, it's not an unknown difference. Can it be frustrating? Yes, it can be frustrating to be outranged. For instance, a battleship that can shoot 30 kilometers firing at a battleship that can shoot 23. You can be kite. You can kite out. Although the map ranges, I guess, are small enough that maybe that's not something that could just go on indefinitely. Secondly, the resources to HP thing. The way that carriers are designed, they have benefits and they have disadvantages. The resource play has to be considered, has to be a central part of the carrier experience. Now, there are arguments that could be made that carriers don't lose enough resources to do the things that they do. And we've seen balancing swings where they lose a lot more, and then they lose less. They lose more, they lose less. I'm capable of, in all the situations that we've had, in patch 8.5 where AA was changed to enforce resource loss, where it popped plane after plane after plane, it was some tough times, but it was still doable. However, you're going to have people that play the class at a certain rating. You're going to have people that play the class at a more average rating. And the average rating just found it insufferably unplayable. Like, just to even have an idea of how to play the class, it just didn't work. So wargaming does have to find, quote unquote, the sweet spot where an average player can still be able to do something. But unfortunately, that does mean that a higher end player is going to be able to do more with the resources that they're able to save. I do personally think that resource loss could be increased 20, 30, 40%. It'd still be viable. You could still impact the match. But the biggest thing about resource, which we're going to get later to in the video, is you control the enemy CV's resource loss through your positioning on the map. So if you're being affected by the CV, your position in relation to teammates, in relation to what's around you, is going to alter the amount of resources that the CV is able to save while attacking you. And I realize, unlimited planes can feel like kind of a meme, but you have to focus in on the resources. Basically, you've only got so many bullets in the gun. When you run out of rounds, you don't get more. Well, technically, you regen some. That's true. But in order to make an attack, you need multiple rounds. You can't just come in with a single plane. You have to come in with 3 or 4 or 5. And that's just to get a single strike, which may not even be a full strike, depending on how the enemy is positioned. So yes, while the regen is there is a significant downtime when you don't have enough planes to make a strike before you get back to having enough planes to do a thing. You can still spot in the meantime, but in terms of strike capability, it is something that has to be factored in. I'm going to continue at this point.
Number 2, CVs can set up a crossfire on the map anywhere at any time. Crossfires are one of the most important parts of this video game. Competitive, is literally all about outmaneuvering and outpositioning your opponent. That's why some Kings of the Sea games look incredibly boring, and they go for 20 minutes without really much happening. It's all because it's trying to gain little advantages here and there to outmaneuver and get these crossfires set up to take out a ship. Okay? Surface ships, what they have to do is they have to realize they're slow. They generally go around 30 knots, whereas planes can go several hundred knots. Okay? So surface ships have to plan in advance. They have to hopefully get to their position that they're thinking they can set up a crossfire on time to even catch the enemy off guard. They have to hope that they're not going to get spotted or found out or reacted to. It's a lot of time that it takes to set these things up. Whereas a CV can just decide to go anywhere on the map in a very, very short amount of time and set up a crossfire. And the reason why I call it a crossfire is CVs have high alpha with the potential to do a lot of damage over time, or dot damage. So any reasonable surface ship wants to dodge that. And I'll get into how to dodge things later. But for now, essentially dodging a CV strike requires you to turn hard rudder and do a massive maneuver to change direction. And this means that if you get caught pushing in, let's say you're angled to the whole enemy team in your battleship, let's say, and you're pushing in, you are trying to keep everyone in front of you. You don't want people to get your side because that's how you die quickly. But you can have a CV just come out of nowhere and instantly get access to your side and do massive, massive damage to you. So if you want to do that, dodge that CV strike, you have to turn into or away from that CV strike, more than likely. And what that will do is open you up to the, say, 5 ships that are in front of you and give them the broadside. That's what a crossfire is. And this is really, 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 really bad because it just gives you the ability as a CV player to set up these incredibly powerful maneuvers that surface ships take several minutes to accomplish in seconds. And the last big thing about these crossfires is a lot of times surface ships can use islands to block certain sides of the map and block the ability for the enemy team to set up a crossfire. But a CV can just fly over these islands, and with arming times and drop timings on CV attacks, you really can't block CV drops with most islands in this game. So crossfires are crazy important, and the insane ability for a CV to set these up in seconds is number 2 why I believe they do not belong in this game. On a very fundamental level. We're not even talking about damage numbers yet.
Okay. So, first off, crossfire. What is a crossfire? A crossfire is when you have surface ships, and I'm very specific when I say surface ships. If you have an enemy ship versus a surface ship, they're both fairly bow onto each other, mildly angled, etc. That's going to leave them resistant to each other's shells, at least in terms of AP, specifically in terms of AP. Technically, it's a little more resilient against HE as well, because you're going to have some of the front guns blocking high explosive fire. So this is a guarded position. But when you have a second ship, which is over here, this ship now has access to the side. This is a crossfire because you're firing from 2 different angles, which means that the enemy ship can angle to one or angle to the other. They can't really angle to both because they still have enough side showing that they're going to be receiving high damage hits. If they angle to both in this scenario, they might stop themselves from being citadeled, but AP shells have higher damage values than HE, and if the AP shells can bite, they're going to be dealing much more damage. So why is crossfire the incorrect term? Because when you're in a crossfire, this actual physical location that you now have to deal with, you have a few options. You can kill an enemy ship, which resolves the crossfire, or you can leave, or, as he stated, you could attempt to move into a situation where you have an island, which is blocking. So you can try to move up, to this position where you have an island blocking the crossfire. But crossfire exists as a static situation on the map, which has to be addressed by you, preferably without dying. When he says that a CV can put you in a crossfire, what he means is the CV can come in when you're in a situation that's not a crossfire and turning it into a crossfire. So in this case, he said there are 5 ships. So here's one of you. Maybe there's a cap that you're contesting. Perhaps there's a cap here. This might be a battleship. Maybe there's a destroyer or something that you're trying to shepherd in. So you're at least providing some kind of something to keep these back. Maybe there's some radar cruisers. Maybe there's some influential players, whatever. You're trying to support this ship. So you're stuck in a position where you have to bow into this threat to mitigate damage. Well, here comes the enemy CV, placing you in a crossfire. This isn't a crossfire. This is a threat. Also, it's a temporary threat. The planes are going to come, they're going to do a thing, and then they're going to run out of planes and leave. Or potentially get a second drop and then leave. They don't stay there. The planes don't, bunker up. They don't just suddenly drop a carrier or an airfield here that's just going to constantly hammer you over and over. They don't set up shop to where they hold you in this position where, oh no, the planes are here. I'm dead if I don't do something. What will happen is that you're going to take damage. And at this point, you're choosing which damage are you going to take. Are you going to take the damage from the CV? Or, in some strange world, if you pulled a hard turn to avoid this, you elected to take the damage from 5 of the enemy ships, which probably is going to be more than a single CV strike. I don't think turning in front of 5 enemy ships is going to be the better option than taking a CV strike. Which leads me to massive damage. This, again, as I referred to earlier in the video, he may have played during patch 8.0 when you could throw salvos and then throw another salvo and then throw another salvo. Because often at that lower patch, AA was distributed amongst a variety of planes, not just to one plane until it died, another plane till it died, another plane till it died. You didn't forcibly remove assets. You would sprinkle damage across the multitude of them. And for instance, if you came in with torpedo planes, you could make a strike, spin around, come back in, and as you're coming in, heal through almost all the damage that's been taken, no planes lost, get another drop, and then with a full health remaining group, come in and do it again. And with a midway, for instance, if you were able to land all 6 torps, this could be something like 20,000, 20,000, and 20,000. That's still, even in that situation, 60, which is probably better than 5 ships worth of an ass kicking. So even in that situation, it's still probably the better choice. But since 8.0, CVs have been adjusted. Plane loss has been enforced. It's not to say that CVs can't do damage. They absolutely can. But massive, they're going to strike you, depending on the tier, they're going to strike for something like 5k all the way up to about 18. Now with a Hakuryu that comes out with 12 planes, he may actually get multiple strikes off, probably about 3, which again could do maybe 36,000 damage to a battleship. Does a battleship want to take 36,000 damage? No. But is it better than dying to 5 ships? Yes. The massive damage thing, it sounds one way, but you have to keep it in perspective. You have to hold the conversation in reality. You could come over and you could bomb. You could AP bomb this and potentially do 18 to 26,000, I guess, which is again a lot of damage. You usually only get a single pass and then you leave. The concept of a crossfire is a situation that does not resolve until you die, you kill one of the things that are putting you in the crossfire, or you somehow get out of it. Planes are a temporary situation. It's different. And when you look at a situation like this, where you have, for instance, this might be a Kremlin, which is going to shrug off lots of damage. This could be something that could take multiple minutes to resolve because a Kremlin is specifically designed to be exceptionally strong in a bow-end position, but weak to a flank. If you're able to put yourself in a position where you have islands that block the flanks, then you're just in a bow-end position. You are fighting from a position of strength. Competitive players know this. Competitive players will exploit this. They will use the strengths of a ship and minimize the weaknesses of a ship. One of the things that carriers do is provide a flank. Flanks pretty much just mean from the sides, from a different direction, but there is such a concept as an aerial flank. That's what they provide, an aerial flank. You're going to be approaching in a different way, and you're still able to put effective damage on target, especially against something which is weak to flanks. In this situation, that would be something that you would do to try to resolve the stalemate position to allow your team to start moving forward and addressing the issue. We're going to talk more later about what could be done to fortify this position, but I'm trying to keep, things to what we're talking about at the time. Islands, damage deniable, CV unstoppable, I think we talked about that. The islands can be used to prevent the crossfire situation, but they cannot prevent the CV from coming in. That's technically not true. There's certain armaments and certain things where islands do render them ineffective. There are certain armaments and certain things where islands actually make them more effective. For instance, if you had an island here, it would block AA as you came in on a bombing run, which actually may allow you to bomb twice because you didn't lose the resources from the initial run in. And again, the 5 ships, I think we talked about that. So we can continue.
So let's talk quickly about dodging a CV. Obviously, as we established earlier, it's not reasonable to suggest a surface ship can dodge a CV strike when they're locked in by like 3 to 5 ships. Obviously, they can't just turn broadside to that many number of ships to realistically dodge a CV strike. However, when it's alone, when it's a 1v1 CV versus a surface ship, it is possible to mitigate a lot of the CV's damage, okay? For torpedo planes, for example, obviously the CV drop pattern is to drop your broadside. So you just want to turn into the planes or away from the planes, forcing the CV to drop on your bow or your stern. Pretty simple, very easy to do in a 1v1. But as mentioned, as soon as you're dealing with surface ships in a normal game scenario, it's actually just not possible because the CV can be on the other side of the map doing his own thing and then suddenly come to your side and just put up this crossfire on you and when you're not expecting it. And this is part of the reason this game gets so passive when there's CVs. But I'll talk about the impact on CV games versus non-CV games later. We're just talking about dodging. So to dodge a dive bomber, generally you want them to drop you from your broadside, okay? Because the drop is very oblong or vertical, their goal is to drop from your stern or your bow. They want to hit as many bombs as they can, so your goal is to get them to drop coming from your broadside. Sounds a little complicated, but I'm sure you've seen in these clips the way the bomber reticle looks and how important it is for the CV to drop from behind or in front of the ship. Not too bad to do in a vacuum in a 1v1, but again, against multiple ships in a normal game scenario, not really reasonable. And then rocket planes, it comes down to the specific CV you're facing. CVs have very different rocket drop patterns. Some are vertical, some are horizontal, some are very large, some are very narrow. So it's more on you to learn which drop pattern it is and then to appropriately dodge. So some will obviously want to hit broadsides, some are going to want to hit from the bow or the stern. So it's not too hard to do. I totally agree with people when they say it's not too hard to do, but it's unreasonable to do these maneuvers when you're facing enemy surface ships at the same time. And that's why I don't really take a lot of these arguments seriously that say, oh, you can just dodge. Well, they're not taking a realistic game scenario into account.
Okay. So in this, how to dodge CVs, the discussion was, can a CV be dodged? The answer is yes. And it is correct. A CV can be dodged. Kind of. he mentions turning. So against some CVs have very telegraphed attacks. For instance, the Kaga has a long windup. The Midway has a very long windup. Some CVs have some mitigating factors where they can turn. For instance, the British CVs have highly maneuverable torpedo planes that can attempt to follow you through your evasive maneuver. The FDR, for some reason, does. To me, the FDR almost comes off more like a British ship than it does an American ship. So I don't know exactly how the design process kicked off there, but the FDR is highly maneuverable torpedo planes that can follow even through turns. So it's actually quite hard to dodge. It's pretty awkward. But he is correct in stating that depending on what CV you're against, torps can be highly telegraphed. Bombs can be not maneuverable. One thing to keep in mind is with bombers, you may have, bombers trying to come in, bow into a plane, or bow in to get a drop. The reticle is actually very long. I think we can simulate that here. Correct. So if you've got your ship in a bow in position, the reticle for the reticle for the bombers may be something like this. Which obviously, if you're able to put it across the length of the ship, great. But something worth knowing is that this reticle, often with the AP bombs, does not have a lot of maneuverability to it. The German bombs have some flexibility to them, although the Richthofen recently got nerfed and its reticle is kind of like this now, so it's actually just too big. So oftentimes the bombs will drop toward the edge, but that's a discussion. That's a different discussion. So in terms of AP bombs, you may have something like this. So what can you do? Well, obviously, if you turn the ship completely to its side, well, then that would mitigate a fair amount of the reticle. But something else that's worth knowing and not done as often as it should be is that a ship that angles maybe 15 degrees is still able to mitigate a lot of the reticle. So what that means is as they come in, you may actually turn your ship slightly to the side, 10 to 15 degrees slightly to the side, and it can mitigate a fair amount of what's incoming, as opposed to this concept that you have to do a full 50-degree turn or a 360-degree spin or something. It's worth knowing that. Specifically for bombing, mostly this is for AP bombs. HE bombs a little more forgiving, although this actually does work as well against British carpet bombers, which are HE bombs. So it's only against the US line. The US has highly specialized bombers, which are able to turn aggressively and potentially follow ships through even incredibly sharp turns. As far as torps, he is correct that bow or stern. Why? Because, well, people know torps. This is not strange. But rockets, this is actually something that I have to call out. This some are vertical, some are horizontal, that they're different, is wrong. And earlier in the video I mentioned he has 32 games, I think, that he showed on display for, his CV experience. The rockets were changed about 6 months ago. This was a very significant change. Some ships got benefits out of it. For instance, the Shikaku inherited the old Lexington reticle. Lexington had a broadside shot that could be slimmed down to almost fit directly on top of a destroyer to be able to hit the destroyer for 9,000 damage. It was pretty nuts. Now, if the destroyer turned or altered or maneuvered, that damage would be lessened. But the Shikaku has inherited this reticle and is able to do some pretty nasty stuff with it. So Tier 8, all Tier 8 ships got modified to have a broadside reticle. I believe Wargaming just kind of accepted most of the player base just doesn't know enough about CVs. So we're just going to make a broad, sweeping change so that if rockets are coming after you, don't be caught broadside. You want to show your bow or your aft, do not be caught broadside, because if you are, all rockets in the game are broadside focused now. One other thing that I actually think is important is that while the Tier 8 carriers arguably got buffed, assuming you land broadside shots, the Tier 10 carriers almost universally got nerfed. Whereas you may have had, so if this is a destroyer, for instance, we'll just pretend that it is. The reticle off the old Audacious used to be something like this. And it fired 46 rockets. The new reticle is something like this. It is much different. And the highest I've ever gotten in an old Audacious reticle, before this reticle rework that happened about 6 months ago, it only happened once in about a year, but it was 15,000 damage on a gearing. Pretty nasty. I could expect if I zoned in the reticle, I got good positioning on it, I had good intelligence, maybe the DD left his AA on or something, that I could hit a destroyer at tier 10 for about 6 to 9k. I could expect that. Now, if I come in with an Audacious with a fully dialed in reticle, striking at a destroyer dead down the center, I could have 5 to 6,000. More likely I'll get 2 to 3. That's all I get. These reticles have been altered to primarily interact with cruisers now. All HE damage reticles got nerfed. So the Hakuryu, can it hit for 6 to 9? If RNG bless, usually it's going to be 3 to 5. Same thing with the Audacious. Sometimes you get 6 to 8, usually it's 2 to 4. Midway is also awkward. Sometimes you get around 5, sometimes you get less, sometimes RNG bless. But it's not something that's as dependable as it used to be, especially after this rework. So I really have to call this out, because this one shows the potato quality has not played CVs in the last 6 months, which means it's very likely he hasn't experienced the various patches, the various changes, the various alterations that have been trying to bring carriers into balance to where they interact with ships better. But even if you just look at ranked, I go into ranked matches in a carrier, and there are 4 or 5 destroyers on the team. Destroyers are not as scared of CVs as they used to be. It's not that a CV can't light them, it's not that a CV can't strike them, but the consistency of that impact is so extremely altered that while people may not really realize this, the player base has, without knowing it, realized this, and there has been a resurgence in destroyer play. So I have to point this out. And once again, to reiterate on this video, if you're in a destroyer or a cruiser or a battleship and you want to mitigate incoming rockets, if you have the ability to maneuver a turn, you do not want to show broadside to rockets, as all rockets in the game are now broadside only.
Okay, now let's talk a little bit about anti-aircraft, okay? It is not designed in this game to completely prevent a strike. Unlike before in the RTS ways when you had defensive fire, that was basically designed to prevent a strike. But right now, AA is designed to guaranteed allow 1 strike, for the most part, even in somewhat grouped AA. And multiple drops happening almost guaranteed on a lone target. Okay, and this is why flanking is really not allowed in CV games, because a lone target is obviously going to be the target of a CV because they can get multiple drops off from the same squad. This is the biggest problem with AA, is that there's no player control. It's an entirely automated system that doesn't allow for player skill to impact the outcome of shooting down any planes. So in a multiplayer game, in a PvP experience, to leave all this damage output and taking to an automated system feels horrible. And that's the primary reason I think most people hate CVs, is because of this automated system. There's no control in the player's hands in a PvP game. That's the main reason I believe CVs are so hated. And this is the main reason I dislike CVs. Is the just lack of player control and lack of player skill impacting the outcome of the game. So for the surface ship, it feels like there's nothing to learn or get better at. There's nothing to do differently. CV damage simply comes as a tax of existing in a CV game. All you can control is your position, and are therefore encouraged to never push and always clump up in groups of ships at the back of the map. Because clumped AA can sometimes shoot down the planes in time, and if you push in, you're going to be caught in these crossfires like I talked about. So for the player of a surface ship, obviously you're going to play at the back of the map where you have room to maneuver and dodge without getting shot at and almost guaranteed killed by the enemy team because they're so far away. So that's part of the reason this game becomes so passive in a CV game. That's a big deal. The other thing, we also need to think about this from a CV player's perspective. It also feels horrible, the AA feels terrible from a CV perspective, because it's also just an automated mechanic that means he's losing his planes and losing his ammunition, which he does have a finite amount of that slowly regenerate. So for the CV player, it feels awful because some random automated system in a player versus player game is causing him to lose squads, his ammunition, his impact on the battle. And of course, from the surface ship's perspective, it feels horrible because this random AA is not dealing well with the CV strikes, and this random chance stuff is forcing that surface ship player to lose his ship's HP, which again is his tie to stay in that game. So this automated system is horrible. It's terrible. Taking control away from players and just leaving it in this automated system is just so frustrating for both parties. It's not just the surface ship, it's the CV as well. Because there's times when you just get lucky with flat clouds and the CV loses all of his squad before he even gets a drop off. Well, that would feel awful as well, right? It's just a bad system to leave such a massive part of your game not in the player's control in a player versus player scenario.
Okay. So, what is this? This was the automated AA section. Can I drag this over? Hey, there we go. Ta-da! Alright, so AA doesn't prevent strikes. It allows a single strike, multi-drops on a lone target, etc. So, let's go about this. AA does not prevent strikes, and he kind of hinted, which I think he's going to go into a little more later, RTS, which again, I think we're going to go into that later. So I'm not necessarily going to deal with this right now. AA does not prevent strikes. That is correct, which is controversial. It's weird. AA isn't supposed to help your enemy. It's not supposed to be so weak that, you know, you're defenseless. What the fuck? AA doesn't prevent strikes. Why does the AA not prevent a strike? Because as a player in a game, you want to have some semblance of interaction. How do I put this? A CV player is still a player in the game. Now again, this is an argument to remove CVs. If the CV player isn't in the game, then you don't have to deal with this mechanic. You don't have to deal with your AA not being able to prevent even a single strike. But as a core rule, a player has to be able to interact. There's not a lot of non-damage interactions in this game. There's some consumable interactions. There's radaring, that's information. There's hydro, there's information. There's spotting, that's information. Mostly it comes down to there's information and there's damage. Those are the two things that really exist in this game in terms of interaction, and CVs do both. CVs will gather information, which I think, again, we're going to talk about a little later, but primarily in this game, damage is the means of interacting. Damage is a way of dissuading pushing, so, which I think he gets into there later. So if the enemy is grouped on force, and one of them is now starting to push forward, he's kind of isolating from the group, but he's starting to push. A CV can attempt to come over and maybe drop torps across this, or potentially strike him and slow his push. The others could move up with him, and if it's a coordinated push of 3 ships together, the CV's interaction is going to be very minimal. Why? Because while AA doesn't prevent a strike, it kills planes. Which maybe we're going to have to get into that conversation at this point, although I think maybe it's later. If this guy comes in an isolated push, you can try to drop torps across him, maybe swing around, do it again, depending on how far away he is from the other ships, and you can try to blunt the push. You can have some kind of interaction, but you have to be able to threaten damage for basically the ships on the surface to take you seriously. as a CV, you don't have dev strike potential. You don't have the ability to 100 to 0 something. You have the ability to chisel at it. Sometimes the chisel is a pretty big chisel. Like the FDR, for instance, you can drop 8 torps, you can hit something for 20k. 20k is a lot. But typically you're going to be striking something for maybe 10k, maybe 15k, something in that range. And especially like if it's a battleship or even if it's a cruiser that's got 50, 60,000 health, you're not alphaing it down. You're not just killing it, but you're making it pay attention to you because you have the threat of damage. And AA is specifically tuned so that you have the threat of damage. You may not get multiple drops. You may not get a single drop depending on how grouped the enemy is, which I think he talks about hiding in clumps, etc. So maybe we can hit that a little later. But the requirement for you to be able to have the ability to do something has to be maintained. Although how you change the resource loss to interaction, that ultimately comes where the balancing is. Again, I think I said it before, I'm okay with if they ramped AA up 20%, 30%, 40%, 60%. I played an 8.5. 8.5 was brutal because you had AA that was designed for like when 12 planes are together, they're bullet sponges, and like they could take 30,000 damage, sprinkle it across all of the planes and have no losses. But then you took that and then you put it into something where you kill a plane, kill a plane, kill a plane, and a single ship like a Minotaur would just evaporate midway planes like firecrackers. Plane death, plane death, plane death, plane death, plane death, plane death. When it takes 1.5 minutes to regen something that dies in under 1.5 seconds, it's it's pretty rough. I've played in it. It's rough. Doesn't mean it can't be impactful, but it's rough. As far as the multi-drops on a lone target, he is correct. If a ship isolates to go off and do some secret mission stuff or whatever, a single ship's AA is probably low enough that it's not going to prevent a multiple strike. So let's look at that really quickly, just so that we can have that kind of out as a concept. Now, I do want to preface this. Tiers 4 and 6 are special. Tier 4 is a training tier. The CVs at that tier have pretty shit damage. And the reason why they have pretty shit damage is because the AA is almost non-existent. There's not really fighters, there's not really flak. It's a place for the first time a player is meeting a carrier, figuring out how to go and drop something with a torpedo or bomb something. So the damage is pretty shit. But their new players are still allowed or capable of flying around for a little while to figure things out. That being said, is it fun to be in a surface ship that's in the test bed for some guy to figure out how to use his boat? No, it would be nice if there was a tutorial or some kind of other thing, and then tier 4 AA could be a little more present, maybe a lot more present. Tier 6 is similarly gated because you're now introducing flak mechanics, you're now introducing fighter mechanics, you're now introducing increased AA that's going to actually kill planes in a reasonable period of time or a semi-reasonable period of time. So tiers 4 and 6 are a little exempt from this, but we're going to talk about 8 and 10. So in 8 and 10, you can have a single ship that's doing its single ship thing. This is a secret mission Zao. And if you come out with your rocket planes, you're going to come out with 9 rocket planes typically. You come out, you come in. The best way to gauge a ship's AA is how many planes does it kill on an attack run. So in this case, this ship probably kills 1.5 planes per attack. As he's coming in with his 9 planes, he gets reduced to 7.5 planes worth of health because 1.5 died. He comes in, he shoots with 3, does the thing. Those 3 go back to the carrier because they don't have armament anymore. And with 4.5 planes, he runs over, spins around, again, loses 1.5 planes per attack, and comes in and attacks with the remaining 3, which then leave. That's 2 attacks. But let's look at how the numbers change when the secret mission Zao has a friend. So, secret mission Zao, instead of being super secret mission Zao, goes in and says, hey, is there somebody that can come with me? And he comes out with a second cruiser. Well, suddenly, secret mission Zao, the 2 of them kill 3 planes per attack. You come in with your 9, you lose 3, you're down to 6, you make your attack, that's 3 planes. They leave, you're left with 3. You cannot make the second attack. All 3 of those planes die. They don't get to come back in and do a second thing. So in terms of a CV would pre-drop go down to 6 planes, but it means that instead of having 2 interactions, 2 damage interactions for a total loss of 3 planes across 2 strikes, now you lose 3 planes, but you only get a single strike. You've taken the same amount of resource loss, you've had only 1 damage interaction, and then the CV's gonna have to fly all the way back to follow up with a second damage interaction. So yes, it does dissuade lone targets, but it doesn't mean that you can't bolster and reduce what's coming in or extract a higher price for doing so. Especially if one of those ships, instead of only adding 1.5, adds 2.5, or has defensive fire, or has, their flak happens to hit. Something of that nature. Okay. Let's blank this, I think, and then we'll keep on going, because this one's going to be a little bit of an involved topic. So is flanking not allowed? No, flanking is allowed. You just need to not flank completely alone. If you're trying to do some silly secret mission stuff where you're just like, I'm going to do this and I'm going to win the game. I'm going to go all the way. Like, everybody's had this. You've got a destroyer that goes all the way, humps the side of the map because he just wants to cross-torp battleships. Well, how do you do that? By not having a destroyer in front of your friends fuck off because they can't hold a flank without any kind of front guidance or front assistance. Can they? Sure. I mean, realistically, exceptional players can forecast for all this crap, but exceptional players are the exception. The average player, without something really guiding them or blocking for them, if there's a DD, they might get torped, they may panic, they might just leave. And the enemy battleships that are behind, basically what's happened is the destroyer bailed. He went, nah, don't want to do this, has almost auto-lost this flank, and is now looking to get torps into broadsides as the enemy moves forward. Once those torpedoes come by, this dude, they know where he is, this destroyer comes and chases him down, and it's a 4v1. Great. Secret mission stuff absolutely can be a thing. But in general, go in force. If you're trying to do a task, bring enough that you can achieve the task without relying on luck. If you're relying on nailing torps so that you can somehow getting a win, the torps might miss. If you're relying on a health trade so that, you can somehow get the win, maybe there's a destroyer and you're a destroyer. Bring a second destroyer, kill theirs, and now you guys get to do whatever you're going to do because there's not a destroyer to screen you. Just because you want to go on a flank because, cool, I might make some big plays, doesn't mean it's the right idea. Use your team. Roll in force. Make sure that what you're going to do, that you're adequately prepared to do so that you can meet the challenges ahead. And if you're in a game with a CV and the CV gets you shuck torps over at something, or somebody has RPF that's pointing off in a direction and one of the teammates goes, hey CV, there's something over there, and then it comes over and spots you and attacks you, are you really surprised? Moving to the next point, no player control automated. Basically that it's RNG based. So this I'm actually going to talk about. For those that don't know, we're going to look at this. So in the port, if you scroll over continuous damage, you're going to get 3 different sections. You have long range, medium, and short range AA. Some are missing medium, some are missing long, but in general, there's 3 brackets. There's long, there's medium, there's short. And these are overlapping envelopes. In long range, for the Lowenhart, she does 119 damage per second, out to 5.2 kilometers. Then medium range starts at 3.5, where an additional 60 damage per second is added, so that's now 179. And then as you get down to 2, an additional 60 is added, which would be 239. Now, if you'll notice, there's a hit probability, 95%. Why is that important? Because when it says automated, people like to say RNG. So in this case, hit chance might actually have some semblance of RNG to it, but it also might not. Before patch 8.7, oh wow, that looks terrible. Before patch 8.7, priority sector was still a thing, but this hit chance, if you had 100 damage per second, but a 70% hit chance, all that meant was you did 70 damage per second. It was just a straight number. There was no like 30% of the time you miss. There was no variance to it. Maybe there is now, but there wasn't before. My assumption is that there's not, but maybe there is. Still, I don't see this as overall significant. The Montana, for instance, if we look at that, has something like, I think it's a 70% chance. I could be wrong on this, but I think it is. If we look at the continuous, yeah, 70, 75, 75. In general, if I strike a Montana, it's gonna hurt. It's gonna kill 1, 2, it's probably gonna kill about 2 planes coming in on it, depending on if I'm coming in from the back or if I'm coming in from the front. If I'm coming in from the front, it's probably 1.5. If I'm chasing it from behind, it's probably 2.5, because you have a longer interaction as you catch up. So the only AA is RNG that you can really say is with this hit chance, and even then I don't know if you can say it. When people say that AA is RNG, they're talking about flak. So if we talk about the AA system really quick, you've got 2 sections to it. You have continuous, and then you have flak. Continuous is guaranteed damage. You shoot, you enter the range of it, you take damage. Hope I spelled that right, maybe not. I don't know. Guaranteed UA, AU, I always feel awkward about it. Might be the other way. Guarantee. Anyway, it's going to hit. There's not a question about it. You enter into the aura, it hits. You get into the medium range aura, it hits. You go to the short range aura, it hits. You know what your AA is, and you can see it before you go into battle by looking here. That is the damage you do. You can see what armor you have on the ship when you look at it. This is the armor you have. This doesn't change. Unfortunately, and I think it's an outmoded mechanic, AA mounts can be broken. I think that's because of RTS, which maybe we'll get to later in the video, because I think he mentions RTS. He does specifically mention it in terms of defensive fire, so we can wait for that. But your armor doesn't change. You know what you have when you take it in, and you position on the map accordingly. Could be bow into a threat. Could be sideways if you're trying to generate overpens. But you're going to use what you have in the best way that you can use it. And AA is not different. Your AA is a circle around you that's divided into multiple parts. That's what you've got. So how do you use this? You use this through map positioning, which he mentions later is this balling up in the back of the map thing. But if you're here and you have another ship over there, your AA might not interact with each other. So if you instead move over here just a little bit, his AA, your AA, which means if you're getting a strike, as soon as the planes come in to make this strike, they've now entered into this middle section, and they're no longer capable of getting the second drop, or it's very unlikely that they're capable of getting the second drop. Use a teammate. Position your map, or position on the map, so that maybe it doesn't prevent the first strike, but it prevents multiple drops. It's mitigating damage, and it's also causing more resource loss per drop, which over time depletes the carrier of resources. If the carrier is striking against single targets or targets which are isolated and not paying any attention to where they are or what they're doing, then the CV's regen can almost overtake what the losses are, which sucks. Don't be in that situation. Use the map, use your ability to overlap the rings so that you're going to roll in force. Now, flak. Flak is an interesting thing because people will see flak and flak will just murder shit. And they're like, well, if the flak just always hit, well, then I wouldn't have to worry about anything. Flak in this game is what critical strikes are in other games. You might have a critical strike percent of 1%. You might have a critical strike percentage of 5%. You might have a critical strike percentage of 10%, which by its nature, it's not going to happen all the time. If you have a critical strike percentage of 5%, that's 20 strikes before you get a flak crit. 20 strikes before you get a flak crit. But the way that these auras are set up is that multiple ships, as they reinforce each other, they're all adding flak into the same areas. And as the flak starts to double up, this might have a 1% flak chance, this might have a 2%, so to speak, and combined they're 3. Well, when you start having high flak ships like a Holland, or you have a Worcester, or you have a Minotaur, they might have a 5 and a 5, those join up to 10. Basically, the flak starts to create a walling animation. And an experienced CV player is going to be able to place the flak to where they can dodge it, they can avoid it, they can mitigate it, but you're still gonna eat flak sometimes, hence 10%. 1 out of 10 strikes, you might eat some flak. 1 out of 10 strikes, you might eat a lot of flak. But you're going to, because RNG is going to happen, you're going to get hit. Even the best CV players get hit by flak. I realize there are going to be some people on a forum that say, oh, it never happens, I'm amazing, it just doesn't happen to me. It does. It's RNG. Sometimes the RNG spawns the flak cloud, you get nailed. It happens. When you start overlapping flak, you're basically boosting critical strike chance against planes. You have guaranteed damage, you have critical damage. And the overlaying of the network can boost crit strike, or it can boost guaranteed, or in some cases it boosts both. Okay, feels bad, man, hated. It may feel bad that your AA doesn't murder all the planes in the sky, but there are ways to bolster this, and that's through map position. Sometimes you can use islands to be able to block strikes. Sometimes you just use a teammate. I think Bill Burr made a joke or something, what to do in case of a tiger attack. Don't look at it, don't look away, don't back up, or back up slowly as you push your best friend forward. Sometimes, if you're in a ship that's weak to AA, you need to actually bolster your flank with something that's stronger to it or resistant to it. For instance, MVR rocket planes can Citadel the shit out of a Salem, but they really can't wreck a Petro because of the Petro's spaced armor. So if the Salem uses a Petro that's more open water while the Salem has an island over on this side, those rockets don't really have the ability to strike the Salem. And if they do, it takes extreme amounts of resource loss to even attempt to hit this dude. And at most you get 2 chances before you're just out of planes or out of rocket planes for the next 10 some minutes. So CV damage is considered a tax of CV play. Damage in this game is considered a tax of playing the game. If you go somewhere, somebody can shoot at you. A long-range battleship can take a shot at you, and if they're really accurate, they're gonna hit. Well, what if I juke? If they predict your juke, you're gonna hit. Potato Quality is one of the best sniping battleships in the game. If I had a conversation with some clanmates, there were 3 battleships I think that were talked about. The 2 that I can recall were Potato Quality and I think it was William the Dank. And Potato Quality, like in this conversation, Dank had probably more brawling skill, whereas Potato Quality had more sniping skill. And Potato Quality is considered one of the most accurate, best sniping battleships. And if this dude's going to take a shot at you, it's not to say it can't miss, it's not to say RNG can't screw him, but it's a really good chance he's going to hit. Playing the game, you're going to take a tax off of long-range ships, you're going to take a tax off stuff you didn't expect, you're going to take damage taxes off of a myriad of things. Saying that being in a game with a CV just means you're going to take CV damage, I can't take that at full value because there's so much damage that's exchanged in this game. I'm sorry, man, it is what it is. Hiding in clumps at the back of the map. So let's look at this real quick. There's CVs in this match. There's nobody on the A line. Well, maybe this FDR is over in A10. But folks aren't on the A line. Folks are in the middle of the match. It's all the way down to the wire. If we watch this whole clip through, nobody's hiding on the A line in clumps. Nobody's hiding on the J line in clumps. Nobody's terrified of caps. They're just like, I ain't going to the cap, bruh. There's a CV. It's a talking point. It's not real. People play the game. As long as you're moving where you have an AA buddy, literally just one ship, but I could still be struck. Yes, but you'll probably be struck once. In some cases, you could be struck twice because maybe there's a heal involved or something, a heal consumable on torpedo planes or German bombers, something of that nature. But still, you have the ability to move. But if you're going to do something, do it with your team. Do it in force. Doesn't have to be a death ball, but you do need to bring some semblance of support to allow you to achieve the task that you're trying to do. But yeah, this is hyperbole. This is fake. Everybody's passive now. I play CVs competitively. I play CVs on stream. This whole passive thing where everybody just hides on the back of the map, it's a lie. It is not real. CVs feel bad because of low interaction. Flak, I'm sorry, I can't agree with this. I can't agree with... I've played too many games where the enemies knew how to position themselves, and if I really needed to get to a high priority target, or I needed to somehow change the balance between my surface ships and theirs, but theirs rolled in force, they used priority sector, they were aware of when plane strikes were coming, they were maybe not full turning to dodge torps, but they were able to move forward or backward or do some kind of mild juking, which could at least limit. For instance, if I came in with torps, I might not hit all three, I might only hit two. Or I might hit one if they had a severe amount of movement or something. To say that there's just no interaction, it's false. I mean, people can turn, people can mitigate, even if it's just by 10 or 15 degrees, by saving that last bit of a power slide to just as the bombs have started their attack run and cannot alter now. To see the interplay really comes through when you play carriers for hundreds or even thousands of matches. And if you have somebody that's just going to come in and play like 40 games, they're just going to see a ship, they put a reticle on the ship, they shoot the ship, it gets shot. I don't know how to better express that. And losing all your planes to flak, yeah, it sucks. Getting kicked in the nuts sucks. But again, it's a critical strike mechanic. Like, it's something that in the back of your mind, you know it's possible. You just really hope it's not going to happen on this one because you need this one not to fail. And then it did happen. You swear violently, you go back in and you try again. It's like when you take a shot at a broadside ship and it results in all over pens. Like, are you serious with this? Like, I had the perfect shot. I put the reticle where it needed to be. I did everything right. And the answer was get wrecked. Sometimes it happens, man. That's part of the game. All right. So took a long time on that section. We can go back in now. If it'll let us.
You can't really damage anyone you can't see.
Let's see if we can back this up a bit. There you go.
So let's talk about CV spotting. This is a big deal. Spotting is one of the most important parts of this game because you can't really damage anyone you can't see, for the most part. And CVs are able to spot at any time with very, very little effort. You just kind of fly over there. Ships are incredibly slow and have a large detection radius compared to planes, making it harder and a lot more punishing to go spot for your team. And this really ties into my first point, where CVs aren't risking their ability to stay in the match to impact the game. CVs can go spot with their planes for free, and a destroyer, for example, has to risk its HP pool, its tie to the game, to go get that same spotting. Sure, a CV might lose like one plane if they venture into some AA bubble they didn't see, but it's very unlikely that you're going to lose any planes just going and spotting. This means that if a ship needs to die for your team to win or have a better chance at winning, it's entirely possible to YOLO planes into a group of enemy ships to spot like a low HP destroyer, for example. And you can just pretty much guaranteed kill him with that spotting, even if you don't get your drop off and your team is ready to shoot him. This isn't possible with a surface ship outside of radar, but radar has a set range, and a surface ship has to risk its ability to stay in the game, risking its HP, to get in a good spot to get that radar off. A CV can just YOLO some planes in and accomplish the same thing, even better than that, because they can get a very accurate drop-off right on top of the ship, as well as getting some good spotting for their team, which is pretty crazy. This also means that resetting cap circles is basically guaranteed outside of a smokescreen, because the CV can spot and deal damage all for himself. The other big issue with CV spotting, that in my mind, is you get instant knowledge of where the enemy team is deploying at the very start of the game. It entirely removes the tension and the thought of what is the enemy team going to do, where are they going to deploy, where is that name X ship, let's say it's a radar ship, or it's a very stealthy high impact ship, or something like that. Where are they going to deploy? It removes all of that guessing out of the game. It removes that dynamic of the game. Any surprises, any ships that rely on stealth to be effective, just totally removes it. It takes a lot of complexity out of the game. And I don't think that's a very good thing.
Okay, so real quick, we will go to this. Let's do that and pull this out again. Keeps like surprising me because to pull it, it's like I have to be off the side of it in order to catch it, which is a little weird. Can't damage what you can't see. I had a discussion about this. Somebody had asked, is it okay for the CV to have initiative? That the CV can choose when it wants to come in, when it wants to strike, when it wants to do something, when whatever. Basically, why is it okay that the CV can attack and spot for itself? Technically, a destroyer can attack and spot for itself because it can torp while quiet and able to spot. But again, we're talking in technicalities. CVs are much different than other ships. Destroyers are very different from battleships. CVs are very different from other ships, yada yada. Plane detection versus ship detection. I do want to point out, planes are detected at 10 kilometers. If you use the concealment module, it's 9. If you use concealment and concealment expert, it's 8. The special exception being Japanese torpedo planes, which are 7.5, going down to 6.7, down to 6.1. One of the things with the commander skill rework is that concealment expert will be done away with. So that means that the hull can have reduced detection, the planes will not. So even if you choose to use concealment expert, the concealment module in slot 5, the best you can achieve is 9 kilometers on the planes, or 6.7 on Japanese torpedo planes. Most people do not use concealment. Most people use other options. So for the most part, planes are going to be spotted 10 clicks out, or 7.5 in the case of the Japanese torpedo planes. Why is this important? Because in most cases, the only thing that's spotted farther away than 10 kilometers in terms of aerial spotting is going to be a battleship, which battleships in general get spotted at long range. They take a lot of damage. That's all. Cruisers have detection cooldowns and such. Destroyers have smoke, sometimes other cooldowns. Battleships have heal, pretty much universally, all the way back to like tier 2 and the Mikasa. You gotta heal. It's what battleships do. They get hurt, they heal through it, they do the best they can, they mitigate the damage they have. The plane detection versus ship detection stuff, honestly, people don't pay enough attention to the plane detection. They really don't, and they need to pay more attention to it. I've had a few conversations with destroyer players that are just like, I got nailed. Yeah, but you saw the rocket planes on the map for over 25 seconds. You saw where they were, you saw what they were doing, you saw when they turned over in your direction. You knew if you'd been spotted or not. If you hadn't been spotted, they didn't know where you are. You still isolated, they caught you. Like, you do actually have to pay attention to what's on the map, even if it's not a surface ship that you're directly staring at because you want to shoot it. The information is there. You have to make use of it. As far as the scouting risk, this is an extremely important part, and it's actually one of the benefits that a CV brings. A destroyer, so in the ranked season that we're currently playing right now, you've got your map, you're doing your thing, your destroyer is off looking to contest something or looking to do a thing, and he trips across an enemy destroyer. They end up having a little bit of a brawl, a little bit of a back and forth. Because of spotting mechanics, especially depending on the skill level of your DD might be going forward, and then there's 2 destroyers there, or potentially 3 destroyers. Surprise, MFer! And he gets wrecked. And now you don't have a front line for this flank because the 2 destroyers you had went over here. So, get fucked! Some people are going to say, well, he should have played more cautious until he knew where the destroyers were. Okay, sure, should have, could have. There's some people that are going to play with that level of forethought, and hats off to them. Glad you do it. Sucks when this happens. Sucks that your dude got wrecked, but sometimes even single small little bullshit like this can end the match. You just lost 1/7 of your team in a ranked match at 7v7, and you don't have anything to hold this flank now. So now the people that were back here are stuck running from a flank, which means they're going to have things nipping at their heels while these people are figuring out what the hell they want to do. You can have so much snowball off of a single interaction that sometimes it's kind of merciless. Sometimes it's kind of brutal. And having the ability for a CV to head over and scout rough positioning. Oh, there's two little destroyers here. Maybe he goes in to strike them, or they pop their A on or something, which means, okay, yep, they're capping early. There's one destroyer over here. This information means that when your two destroyers went this way and your one destroyer is going this way, that he may still derp right into two and get wrecked. Everybody knows it happens. You've seen it. You've sworn at the screen when it did. But at least in this case, he had something there to warn this guy, don't pull a stupid. And he went ahead and did it anyway. Which this kind of goes to starting information. On the one hand, you've got a game where when you have no idea what the enemy's doing, you know, they could all be going, they could be doing a 7 push over this way. They could be doing an even 2-3. They could be doing something like that. You don't know until you show up and, surprise, motherfucker, you get to find out. The element of surprise is interesting. The element of surprise can make and break a match. How you use the element of surprise, how you enact the element of surprise, it can definitely be cool. So props to that. Seriously. There's still an element of surprise even with starting information, but you do have to play around trying to expect it. For instance, with a CV, they may come over for that initial spot where they're going to catch some things. The CV's not going to linger forever. If one of these surprise ships stays on the back, tries to stay off of the initial scouting run, they're still dark. If the CV YOLOs in to spot them, they can turn their position. The CV still has another 45 seconds before they can come back in to relocate. Also, CVs are going to, as the game progresses, pay more and more attention to frontline areas where there are areas of back and forth of interest, areas of battle. So if there happens to be a Zhao that's off on the back, he could theoretically cut back over in a surprise motherfucker move if the CV is going to focus on here. You can read the intent of the CV player and try to play around that in terms of scouting. Surprise motherfucker plays do actually happen, but the biggest part of this starting information is, to me, what the starting information means is now you've got a situation where you have a general idea of what they're trying to do. So what are you gonna do? As opposed to you spend 2 minutes getting into positions, you put your eggs in your basket, and whoever took the different positions, okay, they've got a huge advantage now. Fuck, I've got to move and alter and shift. Some people are going to like that gameplay. I personally like having the information to make informed decisions, because ideally you're making better decisions than the enemy is. And the fact that you're making better decisions is what leads you to a win. I find to be more tactically interesting than playing where the surprise motherfucker moment off the get is the biggest interaction you're going to have, and then it's playing catch up holy shit after. Not all games play that way, especially if you play with forethought, but I'm going to be honest, like, some people like the one, I like the other. He's arguing CVs don't belong in the game. I'm arguing CVs do belong in the game. And in the term of the game that has the CV in it, having that information, I think, leads to better interactions on both sides. And those informed interactions actually make for a better game. Priority target chasing, accuracy, stuff like that. So in a game without a CV, if you're focusing an enemy ship and that ship is able to break line of sight and bail, they might be able to bail and get a heal off or something. In this case, with a CV, you might have 2 friendly ships or whatever that are guarding him as he's running, but you could, as he states, YOLO planes directly through this trying to get to this. This is one, because we're in the CV spotting category, there were ways to mitigate this, and Wargaming elected not to do this. One is having some kind of radar delay. If you had a radar delay of, 5 to 7 seconds or something, then these planes that are coming in to try and get this strike are going to have to keep this thing lit for 5 to 7 seconds before your teammates are able to dogpile on, unless they're like looking at their mini map taking a blind shot. That would mitigate the amount of incoming fire. Secondly, if that's a destroyer or something, it may be very hard to detect, which means even just trying to keep it lit for that amount of time is going to be prohibitive. He also mentioned accurate. You're only accurate at the stuff that you see. So if it was a destroyer, for instance, that's fading back, the destroyer may be actually very hard to find, and while you're under the AA pressure of these 2 ships, it's going to be, you're on a time limit. You don't get to linger all day. You get to lose planes while you try to find this dude. Having a radar delay means it's even more prohibitive trying to find something that's hard to find. But maybe it's a cruiser. Maybe it is something that you can see. Well, Wargaming also looked into an aerial detection change, where they dropped aerial detection by basically 50%. To where a Des Moines went from roughly 6 kilometers aerial detection down to 3, but its AA goes out to 5.8. So if he left his AA on, it would detect him, but if he turned it off, he'd be down to 3. In this case, if the Des Moines was trying to run, cut his AA, and had these other ships to fall back behind, then again, you're trying to do some lingering spotting while you're getting your ass kicked, and because it's only 3 kilometers, you're going to be lining up a shot real quick before you lose all your planes. In this case, you have the ability to fade back. The aerial detection change would be useful to limit starting information, as well as limit the priority target chase and accurate. I really would have liked to see this in play. I'm not a tester, I didn't get to try out whatever this back-end testing stuff they did, but I thought this would actually be an interesting change. And in terms of altering to some kind of radar delayed information feedback, that could also achieve something where the priority target is able to bail and get a heal off, where they don't have that, where in a no CV game they can, but in a CV game they cannot. Also, being able to drag down a priority target, I mean, yes, they're using the spotting minigame, but you also have the opportunity to bring smoke, especially in a competitive setting. You make a choice that you can bring smoke. There are some cruisers that can do it. There's a lot of destroyers that can do it. There's currently a meme that destroyers just die in CV games. Maybe in Tier 8, kind of, because the Tier 8 again got buffed with the rocket stuff. But you can absolutely bring a destroyer into competitive games. I know, because every team I've been on since we've had CVs has had destroyers in it, including when we faced 07, they used destroyers as well. So the thought that you couldn't have smoke to try to help your ship fade back or maybe hide for a period of time is incorrect. You could bring smoke if you really wanted to and put it on a flank where you expected to be trading or rotating ships trying to get the most out of the heal structures that you could be doing. Lack of tension forethought. There's plenty of tension in a game that's going, tits up. There's plenty of tension in a game that you're getting shit on. Lack of forethought. If a CV is focusing extensively on one flank, he is not focusing on the other. So if this is where all the attention is, you can absolutely get surprise motherfucker moments. You just got to read the room. If everybody's paying attention to this and they're not paying attention to that, make use of it. There's nothing saying you can't. The only other thing is going to be scouting risk. I kind of mentioned this at the first, but I guess I can kind of redo it. The fact that the CV can risk his planes versus the destroyer risking his health. How far back do I have to go? Well, I guess maybe it just doesn't have enough. So if in this instance, I'm able to give a scout, which is going to give us information on the destroyer and the cap, as opposed to RDD having to just like hard fucking YOLO it, and blam, losing 10,000 health so that this guy can lose 6,000 health or something. These trades can be exhilarating, But having the ability to get some kind of information, which by the way is the same thing that happens if you have a radar ship that has 12-kilometer radar, he's not risking health to radar. He might be risking health by his position to take shots in order to be close enough to radar. But anyway, it's not the same. It's not the same. I actually prefer the ability to throw a few planes at something to get some intel so your team can make better decisions, which I think I kind of talked about at length. So probably don't have too much else to talk about on this, or at least if I do, I'm not thinking of it, so we can just move to the next section.
Now, let's talk about damage. I'm going to say most of the damage in this game is somewhat healable, okay? There's very few things that are not very healable, namely being citadels and torpedoes from surface ships, okay? But CVs have a lot of damage that is not very healable. So on top of setting up these crossfires whenever they want to, a lot of that damage that they deal is not healable, which is torpedoes, AP bombs, AP rockets. Surface ships dealing this damage isn't really a bad thing because it requires smart positioning, it requires a lot of time to set up these crossfires for a surface ship, and catching someone off guard. Whereas CVs are capable of doing this very quickly, like we talked about in the crossfire section. It's unrealistic, I think, to have that level of unhealable damage, as well as the incredibly short amount of time that it takes to get that damage off. So I really believe that this is not a good game mechanic at all. But even if the damage is healable, it takes out your damage control and it takes out your heal, which is critical for killing a ship. That's one of the biggest things that happens in competitive games, let's say. You have to get that damage control and heal out of the way and on cooldown, and then you know the rest of that HP is all you have to go through to kill that ship. Okay? So it's these things a CV can do instantly, whereas surface ships, it takes a lot longer to outmaneuver someone. The other issue, obviously, is spotting for the team to deal damage. A surface ship generally can't spot for itself very easily. Let's say you're in a battleship, you're going to need a destroyer to really spot enemies for you. In a destroyer, if you're spotting, you're likely not gunboating. I know there's gunboats and that kind of thing, but in a very basic scenario, you're just kind of there spotting. Whereas a CV is capable of spotting for itself and then dealing all this massive damage all by itself in a very short amount of time. And I know destroyer torpedoes can deal huge hits all at once as well, and they can spot for themselves. But the main difference there is the amount of time it takes. The CV takes very, very little time to deal these massive strikes that they can spot for themselves, whereas a DD takes a lot of time to set up the perfect torpedo drop. So that's the main difference there. So to get the most out of a surface ship's ammunition, they need to play incredibly smart and position very well and think about these things several minutes in advance from when they're actually going to carry out these massive hits. Whereas a CV simply needs to fly over to a target and approach from the correct angle, so torpedoes on a broadside, dive bombers from the front or the back, and rocket planes, kind of varies. But there's very little thought put into this and very little planning ahead put into this. And because of how fast the planes are, it's just repositioning from one side of the map to the other, wherever you need to be, is incredibly fast compared to surface ships. So this contributes to the player skill difference in surface ships versus CVs. I'm going to talk about this more in depth later, but the reason surface ships are harder to play than CVs, in a large part, is that they take a long time to reposition. And positioning is the biggest factor between an average player and a very good player. So, one last thing to talk about in terms of ammunition. CVs never have to deal with a permanently killed torp or turret because their planes are just constantly regenerating. So they might have smaller squads near the end of the game, but they're never dealing with simply not being able to use their ammunition. Whereas, let's say you kill a turret on some of these new destroyers, like these 2 turret DDs, half of their DPM from their guns is gone permanently, right? My CV doesn't have to deal with this. This isn't necessarily a massive balance issue for CVs. This is more just to say CVs have very little to worry about. There's not very many hard or frustrating parts to playing a CV, whereas surface ships, there's some pretty annoying things. Okay, now...
Okay. So in terms of CV damage, healable versus not. So what does that mean? What he's talking about is citadel damage. So specifically, citadel damage. So citadel damage on a battleship is 10%. Ugh, whatever the hell weird J thing that is. It's 10% repairable. Repair. On a cruiser, 33%. Now, some cruisers, some battleships, I think, defy this because they're special and they just do special stuff, whatever. But cruisers, 33% repairable. Battleships, 10% repairable. Normal damage is 50% repairable. Again, barring specific exclusions and such. I think like the British Conqueror and Lion, I think maybe is the tier 9. I think they regen like 60 or 70% of normal damage because they just have like stupidly huge heals. And then fires and floods, fire, flood, and then technically ramming, I guess we could also put that as well, is 100% healable. So in terms of, using your heal cooldown to do a thing, you've got, 50% use out of it in terms of normal damage. You've got 100% use out of it in terms of fires. But when it comes to the citadel damage, you get reduced amounts of it. Less so on cruisers, but definitely on battleships, which makes citadel damage from torps or AP bombs extremely, extremely valuable on battleships. Now, the CVs have just lots of not healable damage. CVs have torps. Okay, they have torps, that's true. Some of the CVs have AP bombs. The Japanese line and the German line have AP bombs. So they have citadel damage in that. Does it suck to have, to get hit in a way that you're not going to heal? Yeah, sure. I think the bombs are probably going to be the biggest one, really. Because there's something that people don't necessarily factor in with the torpedo stuff. So let's look really quick at... let's look at the Yamato, just because I know it's going to be a lot. So we're going to look at the Yamato, preview the ship or whatever. If your torpedo hits here, it's normal damage. This is repairable damage. If your torpedo hits here, this is normal damage. It's repairable damage. If your torpedo hits here in the torpedo protection, it is not. What does this mean? If we go to the survivability, you can see torpedo protection damage reduction 55%. Which means if you deal 10,000 damage to this per torp, you're only going to get 4,500 damage out. Well, if I did 10,000 damage to this, you could heal 5,000 of it. Hey, you used a consumable to do it, but you went from 10,000 damage, you got 5 of it back. Congratulations, you used your heal, you got the damage back. If the torp comes here, you took 4,500 damage, and you can still regen 10% of it. So you could technically get 450 health back, meaning that you took almost 4,000 damage. Torpedo protection factors in to the actual citadel, the damaging interaction. So having this, now not all ships are going to have the torpedo protection that the Yamato does. So we can look instead at maybe the US. We can look at the Montana. So the Montana has 37%. So if you strike for 10,000, it's only going to hit for 6,300. So you've mitigated 3,300 off of it. Is that right? No, 3,700 off of it. Whoa, yay. And if you heal, you're going to get a little bit. You're going to come back to maybe about 5,500. I'm sorry. I think at this point, we've been going for what? Almost an hour and a half. So I'm getting a little loopy. I knew this was going to go long. But you have to factor in that there's a mitigating piece to it. So while yes, the CV is going to be hitting you with torpedoes, and yes, it sucks to be hit with torpedoes, and yes, it sucks to not necessarily have the ability to heal it back, you've almost pre-healed it without the use of a consumable if it hits the torpedo protection. If it doesn't, well, then it's just normal damage and you heal it back like normal. So this healable versus not healable, there's torpedoes on almost every CV, and we just kind of discussed what that means. So it can sound persuasive, you have to keep it in perspective. The biggest not healable is going to be the AP bombs. If the AP bombs come in on a battleship, wham, they get citadeled. Fuck. And they don't really have the means to heal it back very well. On the plus side, I mean, in terms of the CV battleship interaction, if the CV can get citadels into a battleship that's nose into your teammates, you can cripple that battleship in a way that your teammates can overcome the problem. That's a good thing. It sucks to be the battleship that just got citadeled. It does. But your team needs to find a way through. And if the way through is through that battleship and you happen to have AP bombs, it may suck for the battleship player, but it's real damn good for your team. It does go both ways on that. Surface ship non-healable damage. That's right. So if the surface ship, he's saying, if the surface ship is able to get into a position where it's got shots on a broadside, that it's able to get citadel damage, well, then the surface ship earned it, because the surface ship was able to read the room, figure out the place to go, figure out the position, get the surprise, motherfucker, and then just start ripping into that citadel damage and chunking it in a way that it cannot heal back. Or maybe you were able to shoot some shells while something was in a turn, and you were able to just nail it right at the time where you could get the citadel damage. So he feels that it's earned, as opposed to in a CV, you're just going to go in and strike something. I mean, you're just doing the same shit you're going to do anyway. It kind of sucks to have this crippling interaction. I can see that. I can understand where he's coming from. Personally, I just look at it as a strength, something that CVs can do, which is very useful. But when you start looking at other ships like the FDR, so we talked about the torps. If you start talking about the FDR, you have bombs, HE bombs. Technically, it's healable damage. It's a lot of damage, but it's technically healable damage, which kind of goes against this argument thing. Midway, same thing. It's healable damage in HE bombs. Audacious, again, HE damage in the carpet bombs. Most of the citadel damage is going to be through torps, which when interacting with battleships is going to have some semblance of significant torpedo protection. The biggest issue is going to come in with the cruisers. But the cruisers, while they have less citadel protection or torpedo protection, they heal more. So while you have less that's pre-blocked, you have more that you can heal on the back end with the consumables that you have. In terms of this damage con / heal, you can force somebody to instantly use it. That's not correct. I could drop somebody, light a fire, and they can let the fire burn if it's just one fire. I could drop somebody, get no fires, and didn't burn a damage con. They choose to heal when they want to heal. If the CV was able to do something like 60,000 damage, you would have to heal. You don't get to choose. If the CV can reliably get 2 or 3 fires, you need to damage con. You don't really get to choose. It doesn't happen all the time. It might feel like it happens all the time, but it doesn't happen all the time. And still further, if your team is prioritizing a certain target, and you take bombers over, you bomb something, you get 1 or 2 fires, they're going to pop damage con. On the one hand, you could say, well, it sucks that I'm getting focused and I have to burn my damage con. But on the other hand, you're getting focused. And if the CV is able to light the fires, or if the Conqueror is able to light the fires, or the Smolensk is able to light the fires, or hell, the DD is able to get floods, whatever procs the damage con, it's about the team's ability to dogpile in on something and to drag it down and get the kill before he's able to get away or get out or get behind an island or do something or get the heal off or whatever. Can it suck to know that a CV is capable of doing these things? Sure. But is the CV the only thing that's capable of doing these things? No. I mean, you literally would have the same issue or argument with battleships that chuck HE. Which some people will take as a meme, but I mean, if you're bow into something and you're just not going to land much in the way of AP, you could light fires, especially if you have other people using HE to dogpile in and potentially have more fires rolled behind it. Let's see. Spotting damage? Sure, absolutely. CV flying around is going to light stuff. You could drop fighters, keep stuff lit. There is a change with the commander rework, which may eliminate the ability for the fighters to spot, to take a different benefit. which actually means that teams are going to have to choose. Do they want more air defense, or do they want more, well, technically offense, spotting offense? There is going to be a trade-off. I think most people are going to want the spotting damage, to be fair, just because it gives more team utility. Again, this could be handled through some means that we talked about before. The reduced aerial detection means that if you're not directly spotted by a surface ship, you could turn off your AA theoretically and be much harder to spot. Or if there was some kind of radar interaction where something would have to keep you lit. So if a fighter was dropped where it would light you and then go dark, light you and then go dark. Just to stay outside of your AA, for instance, a Des Moines or a Salem, some kind of cruiser that has a close amount of aerial detection to the edge of its AA range. If it's not able to light for the full 5 seconds, then it would never actually be revealed to target lock into and shoot at. You'd only have the map to be able to blind fire off of. Little time to massive damage. I think this is a perception issue. Like, if you have a Zao that rolls up on your side and starts nailing you for Citadel damage, like the first hit's probably 20 to 30k, the next hit's gonna be whatever as you're trying to swing your ship around or try to figure it the fuck out or something. Like, you're gonna get surprised, motherfucker. There's gonna be a next volley, there's gonna be a next volley as you're trying to get the hell out of it. There's gonna be a long setup and a huge payoff, as opposed to you come over and you torp something or you hit something for 15k. Or you bomb something, you get 2 Citadels, you get 16k. 16k is not a joke, but you have to keep it in perspective. Like, I'm dead now. I got hit for 15,000. I'm gone. Well, you still have 80,000 left. But I can't heal it. You still have 80,000 left. You got to use the tools that you're working with. Not only that, as much as it sucks to be hit by anything, hit by another ship, hit by a torpedo, hit by planes, hit by whatever the fuck you're going to get hit by, you also have, well, in competitive, you could choose not to bring a carrier. So theoretically, this is up in the air. But if they've got a CV, it's probably that you have a CV. So while, yes, you may be getting hit, somebody else is getting hit as well. So when their CV is trying to break down a door for their team to be able to move or alter or shift or take some position on the map, their CV is likely doing the same damn thing. Just, again, perspective. You got to look at it both ways. Left, right flank repositioning. This is deliberately one of the strengths of the carrier in that it could send support off to one side, do a thing, and then send support to the other side and do a thing. That is one of the highlights of what the carrier can do. So a surface ship coming over is going to have a much more direct, much more massive impact on the section of the ship or a section of the map that it's in. Whereas the carrier is going to come over and leave a little $10,000 or 10,000 damage kick in the nuts, and then it's going to go somewhere else. So it's going to go over here, it's going to do a thing, it's going to go over there, it's going to do a thing. There are benefits to being in the side of the map. If you're over in a battleship, you scare cruisers behind rocks. Why? Because battleship guns are scary. If you have a destroyer, it's going to keep people wary of where the torpedoes might be coming from. Why? Because torpedoes are scary. If you've got radar consumables, other destroyers, other things that want to stay undetected, maybe they're firing from smoke, have to position their smoke or position accordingly because they have to be concerned about the consumable. There's so much pressure off of surface ships that gives so much more than I fly over and do 10,000 damage. I fly over and do 10,000 damage. Like, if you undervalue all the stuff that you bring to a flank in a surface ship because a CV came over and shot somebody for 10k or 15k, like, you're missing so much about the game. No broken turret. I kind of addressed this earlier. So every CV starts with basically 1.5 squads. So if you've got a squad that's 9 planes, you're probably starting with like 14 or 15 or something. I think it's 15. 15? No, it's 14. Sorry. So you'll take off with your 9, and then you'll have 5 remaining. So you start with basically 1.5 squads. When you start going out there, you're expecting to lose, 1.5, 2, maybe 3 planes, depending on the tier. And you start getting into a situation where if you want to strike something, the minimum number to ride the ride is 6. But what happens when you have 2? You don't have the minimum number to ride the ride. Well, you have 4, 2.5 minutes later. Awesome. You don't have the minimum number to ride the ride. Well, now you have 6. Now you get to play, you get to do a thing, and you probably lost 3 or 4 of them. You don't have the minimum number to ride the ride. So while yes, you're not broken out of the game for the rest of the game, when your resources get aggressively low, that actually does impact what you can and cannot do. And one of the things that I've suggested is there should be some kind of bar or some kind of indicator that, you know, can have like bomb health, torp health, and whatever. And as you start to lose planes, as you start to get more and more critically low on planes or whatever, it goes shades down all the way. So it might not give you specific plane information. Hell, it could. I don't care. But it would let people know that as you kill bombers, you don't have to worry about the bomb threat. He's out of bombers right now. You don't have to worry about the torp threat. There are very few torps now. Having this kind of information, because people are not communicating amongst each other in a random battle or even in a competitive battle. Like, I shot down 12 bombers. Like, people aren't calling this out so somebody can do a running tally. Because of that information, sometimes people just expect that the CV still has tools to interact with them, when, for all you know, the CV just ate some really shit-tastic flak and just lost almost all of one of those resources. People are still ready for those torps to come out, but he just doesn't have any at the moment. That could, I think, be resolved through additional communication, which maybe some kind of tool or something like that would assist in. Well, we're halfway through, so it's only been about 2 hours, so I expected this one to go long.
Let's talk about the CV rework and the difference in CV versus CV gameplay. Obviously, this changed massively, and it basically removed the ability for CVs to fight one another. Previously, to get this damage output from a CV, you had to outplay the enemy CV in some way. Even if it was just going to the other side of the map than the enemy CV was paying attention to, it still meant that you had to do something different because of another player in the game. And that's not really in this game anymore. And if you really wanted to go at it against a good CV player, it would be incredibly hard to get damage because of that PvP element. A good CV player could entirely shut down the enemy CV, as well as deal massive damage to the other team. A good CV player was incredibly powerful. Now, a good CV player is still powerful, but they don't have that ability to shut down the enemy CV in this new rework. It's more of just a player versus the computer experience, I guess, PvE kind of thing when it comes to CVs, because there's not really much to stop a CV from getting its strikes off. Sure, there's AA, but that's not a player controlling that. That's just random numbers working in the background to put up flak puffs in a certain way. It's not really much to do there. So it's kind of a massive change. The other thing is, in RTS CVs, you had defensive fire, which spread out a drop to its maximum dispersion, so that these drops would never be entirely accurate. And sure, while it was a frustrating thing to have one button click completely counter your CV strike, it allowed the surface ship to at least have something some of the time to deal with the strike. Now there's nothing really there to deal with a CV strike, which is unfortunate, because there was a bit of a metagame in CVs where the CV player had to bait out the defensive fire and pull their attack planes back, wait that 30 to 40 seconds, and then go in and strike, knowing they were free of this defensive fire. So there was this dynamic, complex game there. Whereas now it's just kind of fly in and strike whomever you want to, preferably the loneliest target, because that's going to be the least amount of AA. It's kind of sad, really. Sure, there's the ability to drop fighters, but realistically, that's not going to do much. A CV has to notice who the enemy CV is striking over and over again, and maybe drop some fighters, but then the enemy CV can just go to a different target and just drop that guy. So not really much gameplay there. And you'll see sometimes from bad CV players, they'll try and chase the enemy CV's planes and then drop a fighter. That never works. Like, ever. The fighters take too long to initiate an engagement after they've been called, that it never latches onto the CV. So there's really no gameplay there in the new rework CV versus CV, which is pretty sad.
Okay. So this is the CV versus CV section, which he started out kind of talking about RTS. What was RTS? So in the real-time strategy version, your carrier might be at the back of the map, lifting off, doing things head-to-head against an enemy carrier, and you're going to send your resources. In the initial phases, you might actually send resources kind of out across the map so that you had spotting along the front line, whereas the enemy could do the same. Is it something that they're always going to do? No, not necessarily. But if you saw an opportunity and you thought, ooh, I could go on this, then theoretically you could route, a few of your assets in the area to go after this to do a thing. Is that how RTS worked? Could be that you could manipulate your resources to do a thing. You're watching the whole map, you're watching multiple point sources and such like this. It could work that way. But as things got higher, and I'm not an RTS main. I didn't play RTS. I played very briefly at like tier 3 or tier 4. I mean, where you only had like 2 or 3 planes or something you could put out. Not a full-fledged experience. More realistically, after you had spotting or you had some kind of indication, you had so much in the way of resources that you could combine those resources to blap an enemy ship. And this is going to come into the defensive fighter thing. Now, an enemy CV had fighters, which, if properly positioned, if you had your 6 planes all grouped up, looking to do a thing, you're looking to make a move on this, and those fighters came over and they were able to line up and kill a strafe, they could murder all of these planes. So a CV could, with fighters, defend his ship while his planes are attacking a different ship. So an RTS person, like if you play StarCraft, if you play some kind of real-time strategy game, there's going to be multiple fires to try to put out at the same time or try to deal with. So you're saving this guy at this time, but you're hitting this guy at this time, and you're spotting that thing at this time. And you're cycling all this stuff. You're doing multiple interactions at once. So in a way, people respected, as much as CVs were disliked before, and they were disliked before, people could at least respect, man, that's some fucking hard-ass gameplay. And when you're able to alpha a battleship, 80,000 damage, bam, just 100 to 0, it's dead. That people were able to look at RTS and go, and to look at it with respect, as opposed to now when you come out and you hit them for like 15 to 20k, it's unacceptable, which is a little funny. But in terms of this RTS interplay, there was head-to-head. You were fighting against enemy surface ships, but you were dealing with the enemy CV, trying to prevent you from doing so at the same time, while trying to prevent them from doing a thing. But you did this because you have multiple puppets on strings that you can move and utilize to those tasks. You have multiple pieces on the board to attempt to do that. You don't anymore. They got rid of RTS. RTS doesn't have the ability to interact with those things because you don't have that. Now you have a one-to-one interaction. You have your ship that's on the mat, and then you've got your carrier, the enemy's got their carrier, and you're where your camera is, you're either with your carrier or you're off with planes. That's where you are. You're in one spot. You're either here or there. Technically, you could say that the player is here as well as here at the same time, and you could technically say that the player could drop a fighter consumable. So maybe the player drops a fighter consumable here and then goes off in this other place. So the player is almost in 3 positions at once. They have the hull, which they're probably keeping safe or seated within, friendly ships or behind an island or doing whatever the hell it's doing. You've got a fighter that's protecting, maybe spotting, and then you've got your planes, which are off doing yet another thing. So you might be able to roll a few fighter consumables, so you could theoretically say you're in more positions, but in general, you're going to have one puppet that you're interacting with, or maybe you could say 2 because the hull is also something that you're dealing with. That makes this head-to-head gameplay much, much different. Because if the enemy CV, if there's something weak over here, and this is where their focus is, and your focus is over here, because your team, maybe you have enough teammates over here that they're able to hold against what's coming. But the enemy team needs this. So the CV is focusing, trying to get something to happen over here. But you have enough resources, so that's fine, but you're under-resourced over here, so you're trying to make a way in on this flank. Your attention is split. Because your attention is split, it doesn't make as much sense to rush all the way over here to drop a fighter, just to rush all the way over there to do this, when those two interactions could be two interactions directly into this flank trying to affect the outcome of this. In which case, hopefully, your team is using each other to bolster their ability to ward off planes or mitigate, incoming damage. Make the resource trade as high as it can be, so that you can outpace the enemy CV. It does become maybe not a damage race, but an influence race. Who can influence more faster? Sometimes you'll see a static flank. And the static flank, it's just nothing is happening at all. There's nothing you can do to alter it. You can't alter it quickly. You can't change it much, even if you could alter it. So both you and the enemy CV are looking at the exact same flank. And it's in these situations where you'll often find there's fighters, and then the enemy has dropped fighters, and you're trying to strike the same shit, and they're trying to strike other shit. You're just cock blocking each other over and over and over again. It's in these limited flank windows that you find the heaviest CV 1v1s. Because when the other sides of the map have really locked themselves into a situation where the CV almost cannot assist, maybe it's heavy side versus heavy side, there's just too much AA, or maybe there's just too much shit in the way, there's just not interaction patterns. Maybe there's a lot of smoke. CVs don't interact well with smoke because you just can't fucking see. You do actually have some heavy 1v1 stuff, but it doesn't happen super often. Usually, you're trying to shore up weaknesses, they're trying to shore up weaknesses, or you're trying to press the attack, they're trying to press the attack, and often that's going to be in different sections of the map, because where you need something to move, they need something to move, but it's somewhere else. So it is actually pretty hard to deal with this in terms of fighter stuff. A suggestion that I offered during the conversation with Pulleycat was, what if, as you're flying, instead of flying over a position and dropping a fighter, if as you're flying, you've got your 3 ships over here, you look over with your mouse, you look at this, and then you hit the fighter consumable, and fighters come from the CV, and then they go there and they spin. So you can focus on being offensive, while also having a defensive capability that gets sent over. Kind of in an automated sense, because really the rework was designed to give people kind of a single focus point that they could focus in on, which means you could throw a consumable over there and keep doing what you're going to do. His initial response, his response to that was, if it's going to be a single interaction, a single puppet, so to speak, if you're moving offensively, move offensively. If you're moving defensively, move defensively. Doing both at the same time just puts you back in the multitasking of the RTS era. I could agree with it. I can see where it's coming from. I still think it's basic enough that you would be able to do an assist over there, because the enemy CV is focusing that flank while you're focusing this, and you can guard while still assisting. I actually think that would be kind of a useful thing to put in there, because you can use you can look at somebody, hit B or whatever, pull up the chat interaction wheel, and yell at them or say I need support or whatever. You could do the same thing with a consumable. You just look at them, you focus in on, pop a consumable, it runs over there. But that's for another time. Defensive fire. This is actually a point of a lot of contention. There are people that are really upset that they used to use defensive fire, and defensive fire used to just murder shit. And I mean, it did. Old time AA murdered shit. And actually, there's something else that I need to talk to about AA mount breakage, which is going to tie into this defensive fire stuff. So why was defensive fire so effing powerful? Because if you had a ship and the enemy CV is doing enemy CV stuff, he's got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 different planes. He just layers them up directly on top of each other. finds the angle that he can nail you with, because CVs can reposition faster than surface ships, and then he's going to come in, drop, and this is going to be 6 full waves worth of something slamming your hull and instant killing you. You are dead. So if the only option is I'm dead or I'm not dead, you have to make something that's equally extreme to be able to handle the situation. So defensive fire, what it did is, instead of maybe dropping torps in a limited window where you had your 4 torps all in a line, it would scatter them out so that they would drop in a wide drop. So now suddenly these 6 planes, which are coming in, instead of landing 24 torps, maybe because of how scared or screwed up this is, you know, they're all going to drop their torps in the same shitty pattern, but maybe these, they only land 6. So it's the difference between taking maybe 20k damage and being murdered. And even still, with the defensive fire, you're probably going to kill a lot of planes, so it may even be less, because the torp drops were directly corresponding to how many planes were in the squadron at the time that it dropped. So if you were able to murder half of them, maybe they only drop 2 torps, in which case maybe you don't even get hit at all. But the defensive fire was required to be as powerful as it was, because it was the only thing that saved you from being murdered. In this current iteration, you, with the outside of like a tier 4 destroyer or a tier 5 destroyer, maybe a tier 6 that's going to take 2 torpedo hits from like a Ryujo or something, or, you know, like 2 torpedoes from a, I guess they recently balanced, you know, they altered the tier 4 CVs, so it's a little less now, but I think like the Langley could approach maybe 9k damage on a destroyer. If you get both torpedoes into a destroyer with like 7,000 health, you can dev strike him. Okay, you could do that. That's an outlier case. For pretty much the rest of the game, it's an outlier case. So the defensive fire is less needed, and torps are telegraphed enough, and they're in small enough numbers that you can juke them, you can dodge them. The need for this just almighty godlike defensive fire has gone away, because you just don't have that. Now, secondly, to correspond with defensive fire, I think, and this is supposition, this I don't know, I think the AA mount breakage is a holdover from the RTS system. Why? Because you had some ships that had so much fucking AA that they were basically unassailable. They just, to go near them was death. It was murder. So by late game, after they've taken, you know, shells and shells and shells and shells and shells, and they've gone from 100 down to 90, down to 80, down to 60, down to 50, they go from absolutely impregnable to breachable. So at the late game, if you still had some planes left and there was an Atlanta or there was some kind of high anti-air ship, you could theoretically do something about them with the CVs late game. This is supposition. I don't know. The way that AA is designed currently, where it's breachable, it's always breachable, even from the start of the match, kind of means that you really shouldn't have AA breakage anymore. You don't need to. Maybe thematically, you know, big ass shell breaks a machine gun, hey man, like, makes sense. But I guess AA mounts used to be repairable with the damage con consumable. You can also just have them temporarily knocked out, like your engines or your rudder or something which can be repaired. You could have them repaired with a repair consumable. There's a variety of different methods you could do, or you could just make the shit invulnerable. Just let it be what it is. Well, what does that mean? Well, if we look at a Baltimore, yeah, we'll look at a Balti. This armor number, this 27 millimeters, this never changes. You don't hit this with so much HE that you start stripping armor off and it goes from 27 to 25 to 21 to 18. You just don't. If you overpen with battleship shells, they rip holes through this. The game doesn't model the holes. You'll get a little like burning kind of look or something in the game, which is cool artistic effect. But in terms of how the armor interacts with shit, it doesn't actually get remolded, remodeled, and altered so that if a shell hits like the edge of a hole that's got a bent out piece of metal that it's going to divert the shell in a different way. Fuck no, it doesn't do that math. And this armor is what the player knows is how they interact with shells. This armor is going to be this armor scheme the entirety of the game. This is what they get to interact with. This AA damage, I really think, should be the same. You have your circle outputting your amount of damage. This is what you have to bring. And in most cases, while this continuous damage might go down, I don't think I've ever seen flak go down. I could be wrong on that, but I think flak is unaffected by if a mount gets blown up that does flak or not. I could be wrong on that. I really don't know, but I think flak continues to be put out at full amount for the majority of the game. I don't see why the continuous can't. And if you want to be thematic about it, like shit broke, you know, the gunner was killed, and when you repair party, it comes back or something, completely back it. I'm totally okay with it. I don't think it's a bad thing at all. Or frankly, you just don't fucking break them. Like, legit, if this is what the ship has, and this is what it brings to the game, then let it have what it came in with so that it's going to be there. Like, you don't break the radar tower and the radar consumable is not usable anymore. I'm okay with that. As far as the breaking the gun thing, guns don't break all the time. They don't break all the time every time. Sometimes it's a strategy to try to break somebody's gun so that you can win out in the 1v1. I mean, let it be a strategy, let it be what it is, I guess. But in terms of the AA, I really think having that get broken is a legacy mechanic from the RTS that really does not have bearing on what is currently here. And as for newer players in the CVs, where you'll see somebody come out and they want to protect their people, right? So there's some planes over here and they're like, oh, no, I got to protect my people. And they'll run after and they'll chase the enemy planes. No, you can't do it. And they'll come over and they'll drop a fighter or whatever. It is a little comical, but players learn. You know, they figure out that that's not the way to play fairly quickly. So while it is kind of cute, that's not something overall to be worried about. That's just kind of a learning experience. But in terms of this, fighters attack something else, you know, like, well, there's fighters there, I guess I'll just go murder something else. You know, you're devoting I'm gonna reference another game, and this game is called League of Legends, just because it's an oft played game. You have 3 main routes, and in the center is where you get golden experience. So there's going to be an enemy that's going to be there. There's going to be a friendly person that's there. In the bottom, usually there's 2. But there's something that's called a jungler, where there are these little AI camps, these little, you know, computer-controlled bad guys or whatever, for lack of a better term. And the jungler is going to come over and he's going to kill him. It's going to kill him. And then it's an option. Do I go over here? Do I assist my teammate against their teammate? Or do I go over and I can continue collecting this stuff? Because these things will come back every like minute or minute and a half or so. They come back over time. Do I continue to focus on getting money and experience, or do I go out and do something? Do I impact something? So jungling is very, very time-based. There's windows of time where jungler ganks, jungler surprise motherfuckers, are really expected because they've finished these 2 and they're making a decision. Do I attack or do I continue farming? And professional players, they kind of learn these time windows. Well, when it comes to CVs, you have a similar issue where you are influence peddling. You're trying to come over to do a thing, then go over here to do a thing. Or maybe you're staying over here continually to do a thing, to do a thing, to do a thing. Well, when the enemy drops fighters, that may alter your ability to influence this and keep pace with what the enemy is doing. So yeah, could you fly somewhere else? Sure. Oh, there's fighters there. I guess I'll go do this. But that may actually lose you 30 seconds in time to fly over to strike a thing that didn't matter before you can come back to do the thing you needed to do. That 30 seconds could mean that one of your teammates died, that this flank broke. Like, yes, it's a bit of a meme. Yeah, there's fighters, they'll be fine. But depending on how hot and heavy, especially when I was talking about when you're looking at the same thing that the enemy CV is looking at, and you're just constantly fighters, it actually can be pretty significant. Sometimes you end up scaring the enemy CV off the flank to go do something where they can do something. It can actually convert. There is still some back and forth, some head and head to that. Anyway, all right, we're going to move to the next section now.
Now let's talk about CV games versus non-CV games. All this stuff adds up to a very, 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 very passive game. It's really, really bad. Okay, time to talk about CV games versus non-CV games. All the things I've mentioned so far add up to an incredibly passive game. People are punished far more harshly in a CV game for pushing up because they're spotted more and put into crossfires far more often. The people who venture alone on a flank usually get rewarded by flanking the enemy and getting that extra damage out of their AP or their torpedoes, let's say. But that's not possible in a CV game because you're punished the most when you are all alone, because a CV obviously wants to strike the target that's alone because they lose less of their planes. They'll be guaranteed basically multiple drops on the same target, which means more damage with less risk to their planes. This is why a CV game results in everyone camping at their spawn at the back with overlapping AA, because nobody wants to be the guy caught out by CVs. Because like I mentioned earlier, AA is all a mechanic that is not in your control. It's RNG based, and it doesn't feel good to be outplayed by a in-game mechanic in a PvP game. So you obviously don't want to be in that scenario. So that's why everybody stays at the back in a clump and not doing very much. Which results in a very boring game, let's be honest, right? Like, that is not fun to play in at all. Nobody likes to just sit at the back of the map and snipe in a naval action arcade game, I don't think. It's just not very fun. Caps suddenly become a place to stay away from due to incoming CV focus the instant you touch it. Usually it's best to never touch the cap until your team has won that side of the map and everybody pushes through together in their overlapped AA. Playing in a CV game changes the entire way the game is played. One ship, well, 2 ships in an entire game of 24 people changes the way everybody else has to play the game. That's crazy. And if it hasn't been clear, it doesn't change it in a good way. It makes the game less dynamic, less interesting, less about positioning and flanking, more about just sniping at the back and just playing a very boring, stale, passive game. As stated earlier, CV spotting trivializes information gathering. There's very little risk in a CV game to learn where the enemy team is deploying, which is incredibly valuable as it allows you to react and reposition to deal with the largest threats sooner. In a non-CV game, this critical information requires risking a ship to gain, and it's possible the enemy team can surprise you with their deployment, which is no longer possible in a CV game, where the whole enemy team can be spotted in 2 minutes. And I can confidently say a large part of competitive when there's no CV is information gathering and reacting to where the enemy is deploying, while also implementing your own plans as well. So CVs change the way you have to play every single class in the game. So destroyers, obviously you got to play way more passive.
What's the next one? Artillery comparison? I think I'd go through this because he's still making a point.
Because you are unable to rely on your concealment. You don't have very good AA, so you can't venture alone anywhere. You have to be close-ish to the enemy team, or your team, sorry, for that AA support. It removes flanking routes, and it removes complexity from the DD gameplay experience. You can't contest caps. This tells the CV exactly where you are, and basically guarantees the CV is going to be coming after you. The solution is to stick with your teammates and try and support them with guns, smoke, torps, but never venture out alone. Cruisers, you also somewhat rely on concealment, and that's no longer possible with a CV in the game. Hiding behind islands and spamming over them is far more dangerous, because a CV could spot you at any time, and a battleship could take a long-range shot over the island, or the CV could just come in with AP bombs or rockets and just devastating strike you, due to your low speed and inability to dodge when you're spamming from behind an island. The solution here is to remain at speed so you can dodge the CV drops and be near your teammates to support them with AA. Probably at the back of the map, let's be honest. Battleships cannot rely on armor. Pointing your bow towards the enemy is usually a good idea in a CV game, as you're tankiest when you're angled. But going bow in when CVs are present makes you a perfect target for this CV to set up a crossfire that you cannot dodge, that is likely going to deal damage that you can't really heal back, which is a large part of the damage battleships take. They want to take healable damage, so they can be a good tank for their team for longer periods of time. The solution? Sit near the back and snipe, preferably in a group of overlapping AA, far enough away that you can maneuver to attempt to dodge the strike without the enemy team killing you when you give broadside while dodging that strike. So, the solution, as you'll notice, is to sit near the back of the map and snipe. Pretty boring, in my opinion. Now I want to...
Okay. Yeah, so I think we had to do the whole thing there. Okay, so, CV versus non-CV. First off, we are going to have to look at... How do I put this? All right. In rock, paper, scissors, if there was just rock and paper, there's not a lot of volatility to that exchange. Rock versus rock, nothing happens. Paper versus paper, nothing happens. Rock versus paper, I think it's what, paper beats rock, paper covers rock or whatever. It's pretty basic, pretty standard. You add scissors in. There's more dynamic flow. One is countered by the others, countered by another, is countered by another, beaten by one, beaten by another, beaten by another, or stalemates, etc. There's more of an interaction. There's more back and forth interplay. Why do I say this? A CV game is different than a non-CV game. Yes, because a CV has certain possibilities that it brings to the table, which is going to alter the way that the pieces interact. If you have cruisers... Or sorry, how do I do this? If there are battleships, cruisers have to play differently. Because a cruiser could be overmatched from the battleship from any direction or almost any direction. I mean, depending on what the battleship is and blah, blah, blah. That the cruisers now have to pay attention because they could be, well, frankly, dev struck from the nose. Just ripped right through the nose and murdered. Maybe it's not going to be a dev strike if they're bowing. Maybe it's just going to be a citadel or two and they'll somehow limp away. But they still have to respect the threat that a battleship poses. They have to hide in different ways to interact with the map, keeping themselves safe from battleship shell fire. Because there's a battleship on the map. Battleships will eat cruisers. If there's a game where, if you're in a battleship and there's a game with a destroyer, there are things you have to pay attention to. There are things you have to do that you don't have to pay attention to when there are no destroyers. Destroyers fundamentally alter the game. Anytime you've loaded into a random battle and there's been no DDs, you watch as cruisers have no idea what to do. They just kind of like move up and find a rock or something and then wait because they don't know what to do. Or they think, well, I'll just shoot over this island here. Oh, but nobody's spotting. I need information. Whenever you take a class away, when you completely remove it from the board, the way that the pieces interact with each other changes. If there's no battleships, cruisers act different. If there's no destroyers, other pieces act different. Now, it could only be that there's one. It could be that there's one destroyer, they haven't been spotted for the last 5 to 7 minutes, they haven't chucked torps at something. You have to respect the threat that a destroyer is out there, even though you don't know where it is. You don't know what it's doing. Maybe you have an idea as to where it is because you're spotted or something, but that's going to be some heavy communication, especially in a random match. Communication's kind of low. Maybe in a competitive match, you have much more of an idea, or somebody brought RPF. They can probably tell you where the destroyer is. In that way, you do have more tools to try to information gather or attempt to play around those other classes because of their physical map positions, what you don't really have against a CV. But still, having that thing existing on the map fundamentally changes how the pieces interact with each other. Once you're in a competitive match and the battleship is dead, the cruisers are much more free to move. Unless maybe there's a Stalingrad or something, it's not a battleship, but compared to other cruisers, it can act like one. It doesn't overmatch like a battleship could, but if you don't, if you disrespect it, you show it some cheek, it's probably going to nail you. So there's still some interaction of a similar sort, but this concept that it's just everything is different. You got used to battleships, you got used to cruisers, you got used to destroyers. When those go away, it changes too. Just again, perspective. Keep a little perspective on this. That being said, and I have acknowledged before, we've gone through a lot of points already where you don't have intelligence. You don't have, like which ships are going to what side. You don't have the ability to pre-scout a cap for your destroyer to let him know if there's 1 or 2 or 3 destroyers waiting to murder the destroyer when he comes into spotting range and then suddenly just gets wrecked. You don't have the interactions that basically bring safety to your team for better decision making. It's a little more Wild West, You might get surprised motherfuckered by a Zao. You might get surprised rolled up on and blindsided by torps you didn't expect. There's definitely a lot more volatility, a lot more random. Some people really like the volatility and the random. It's a big thing for them. They want to play it. I don't think I made this point earlier back in the CV spotting area, but can you imagine playing chess where you had a spotting mechanic where the only way you could see an enemy's piece is if it was within 1 square of one of your pieces. So if you move your pawn up, you don't know where the enemy is until another pawn shows up 1 square away from you or something, and then it's lit. How drastically does that change the way you play chess, where you have to kind of think about where the enemy's pieces might be based on the positions you have vision of versus you don't have vision of? And Wargaming themselves has acknowledged that the spotting mechanics really do fuck up some people. Like, there are some people that try to play this game and they just don't get it. Eventually, people get it. People will learn. If you can see a ship and you're within range of them, you'll see them and you shoot them. But as far as game mechanics go, there are so many other games that don't have this spotting interaction that it really does trip some people up, which is another reason why I tend to prefer CV games, which you're reducing the wild west random of it to give people a more contemplative, interaction. At least that's how I kind of look at it. As far as this stuff about the caps are lava, nah. Nah. Be afraid of the caps. Don't play to get caps. Don't play to get points. Hide in the back. Everything's scary. It's all terrifying now. Hide in the back because we're all gonna get murdered. Like, here we have an extent where a lot of shit's changed place. A lot of stuff's happened. They've claimed some caps. The enemy's retreated. They've backed off their positions. The enemy, as far as what I'm seeing here, has no destroyers. His team has a destroyer. When they have no destroyers to be able to guide them into a situation, people tend to fall back. They tend to give space. They don't have the team that's able to project in front of them so that they can move forward safely. Team has to work together. And I'm sure a lot of people have said this, the first team to lose their DDs loses, because often they don't have a way forward. They just don't know. Sometimes you get, battleships like, fuck it, man. He just YOLOs in, and then other people can follow in behind the guy that's like, fuck it, I'm just going to throw my ship away so that we can get to a cap to do a thing. The fact that a CV's on the board isn't the reason why they don't have these caps. The reason they don't have these caps is because they basically, their lines broke and they bailed. This happens in game after game. This is not something that just because a CV showed up, everything is different and he has to hide in the back of the map. If you want to, you can watch Potato Quality play a game, and if there's a CV in the game, see if the first thing he does is run to the edge of the map so he can spin in a circle so a CV doesn't hurt him. The answer is no. I've played competitive matches against 07. They don't caps or lava bullshit. They don't hide on the edge of the map. In the tier 6 season, they actually just rammed right into the face of the enemy team and murdered them. And they had 2 DDs while they did it in a game with a CV. In terms of the tier 10 match, the first one where I think the Venezias were really prominent, they used Venezias to cut wide and double smoke each other because the Venezia had smoke, and because of the reduction of Stalingrads, because of one, I guess, weaknesses to CV, but technically extreme weakness to Venezia. They didn't have destroyers, so they had a different spotting kind of metagame, but none of that involved hiding on the back of the map. None of that involved ceding cap pressure and just giving up. They won North America or placed extremely high because they played for caps, they played for attrition, they played for map position. All of these things were still capable in a game with a CV. And to say that it's not is disingenuous. As far as we move into how does this affect destroyers? So destroyers have no concealment. If a CV is going to where the destroyer is to light him, that CV is lighting one destroyer. If there are multiple destroyers on other parts of the map, they are not lit by the CV. Those other destroyers are doing whatever the hell they need to do. I had a recent destroyer review with Ducky Shot, I think, where he was on a map doing this stuff, and there were 2 DDs in that map, I think. He had a Vermont that was down here. He had 2 other battleships that were there, and he had like I think it was a Minotaur or something that came over and died. So derp. But with his destroyer, he was still within kind of cover on the back end of this cap. He pulled forward, to which planes spotted either him or they were going to the Vermont that was behind him, and because he was isolated, because he pulled forward, he didn't have additional support, he got lit, he took damage for it. Also, I think there was a Stalingrad radar. But he could have played in the back of the cap, which, proximity to team, you don't get to contest, instant death, all this other stuff, you're still using your team. Being in a situation where you don't get to do secret mission bullshit so that you can torp and do crazy cool tricks and stuff. I mean, I get it's not as much of a highlight reel, but I don't think it's bad gameplay. I don't think it's bad gameplay to look at what you've got on the field and try to work with it to make it do the most that it can do. That being said, I'm a CV player. I don't play all 4 classes. I didn't win the Verizon Tournament. But I don't see how this somehow is forfeiting all of the fun or all the enjoyment of being a destroyer by having somebody come up and give a shit with you. Like, the thought that a cruiser could come up and take an island position so that a DD can contest a cap with the assistance of a cruiser just doesn't seem that crazy to me. It seems pretty natural. If the DD has smoke, they could smoke, in which case their concealment is fine. If they smoke the supporting cruiser, all the better. It just doesn't seem that crazy. And again, hiding in the back of the map, spinning around to avoid a CV, and a death ball, it's just not real. Not contesting caps, it's not real. As far as the cruiser stuff, your concealment doesn't matter. Well, you might be lit when you're out here. Otherwise, you've moved up to a position where you're starting to actively contest. You're firing over an island. You're exchanging things with your team. Yeah, you can't island position. You can. You might get lit. If you put yourself in a position where somebody can take a shot at you, you need to be prepared for it. Planes can be spotted from 10 kilometers away, so if you're over here, you have any ships that can see the incoming planes, you have an idea of what's coming. You can move to mitigate, or at least be prepared that in case you get lit or interacted with, you're going to have stuff coming in. If you know the spotting is coming because you see the spotting on the way, because theoretically you have at least one teammate with you, you should at least be prepared for some kind of counterplay. Not paying attention to what's going on the map is not an excuse for, well, I had this really cool island position and I should be A-okay. Oh, nope, I'm spotted and I'm dead. You'll see this stuff coming. You should be able to plan for it. Getting dev struck by a CV, this is not real. This is not correct. Now, like with a Richthofen, with the AP rockets, you can do pretty extreme amounts of damage. I think you could do up to about 30,000 on a Minotaur, which if the Minotaur is like just at 51% health or something, what is a Minotaur's health? Because at this point, I guess I'm curious. So Baltimore, we'll look at a Des Moines. Des Moines, 50,000 health. Theoretically, if you hit a Des Moines for maybe 20,000, maybe if you got the God rockets, you got 26 and he's sitting at 26,000 health. That's more than 50 in a single shot. You could dev strike him. But the way it's represented is like the CV just comes over and murders you and you're fucked. Like, it's just not, it's not that way. In RTS, maybe. In the current version, no. And in order to interact with a dug-in cruiser, you're going to have to find the angles to be able to interact with the dug-in cruiser. To find those angles, you're going to be losing planes while you find those angles for the dug-in cruiser. And again, is the dug-in cruiser completely alone? Does the dug-in cruiser have a destroyer somewhere that can assist with AA by hitting a priority sector and shutting his AA right back off? It's 5% of plane health that potentially leads to a quick plane kill. Does he have other ships that are nearby? Like, there's so much more to this than, I took a position and I guess I'm just fucking dead. Like, No, and then further, if you're taking an island position or if you're trying to contest a cap, you're not at the back of the map spinning around hoping that you don't get shot by a CV. It's just not real. Battleships, bow in, you're still dead, because once you're bow in, you can't move, so you get torped, you get burned, you get murdered. Ideally, if you're in a situation where you are maybe the lone battleship on the flank, you got 3 caps. Actually, that's probably too far forward, really. Theoretically, the battleship's going to be maybe back here. You're the battleship on the flank. Ideally, if you're just going to sit there alone and you're going to bow tank, 3 or 4 enemies, you're going to die. Being a lone battleship on a flank, you're dead. If you're bowing to this, you're dead. It's 3v1. Unless you're going to dev strike, you're going to be out-traded. You die. The answer to this situation is, oh fuck, there's more of them than me. I guess I have to run. Now, if it's a different situation where there's 3 of you, then your team should be able to support you against what's coming. And the thought that the CV is going to come in and dev strike you doesn't exist. The thought that the CV is going to come in and do 20, 30, 40, 50,000 damage and these 3 people are going to drag you down does exist. If the CV is going to focus you and lose the resources to do so, the CV is not focusing over here. And ideally, if this is their strong flank, this is your weak flank, you are buying time for your team to roll this cap and get into a crossfire situation. So by pulling CV pressure onto you, you are helping win the board. But again, it's case by case specific. It's how each game is going to play. But again, you're not back of the map, spinning in a circle, hoping not to get shot by a CV. It's not real. All right, so I think that's that one. That's probably the most, frustrating segment I think that I heard, because I spent so much time after I heard that just imagining oh yeah, I remember that time that we went against 07 and they just hid on the one line, shitting themselves because there was a CV in the game and they were totally afraid of caps. No. They took dominant positions, they moved in groups of 2 where they had overlapping AA, or if they found a really solid position that they could take with open water ships, they'd be able to take 2 sections of 2 groups that were able to mildly overlap, which meant you had a limited ways of interacting. They could potentially drop fighters to block those ways of interacting as the CV was behind them, and the CV would cross over in order on his way to go do things. It's like the idea that there's nothing. It's just demonstrably wrong. It feels like it isn't, but it's wrong. All right, so this is going to go into World of Tanks artillery.
Talk briefly about World of Tanks artillery and comparing CVs to that. I will say I've never played World of Tanks, but I've definitely heard about how much artillery is hated and how unfair it feels to fight against. The artillery, similar to CVs, doesn't risk his HP to deal this damage. But the difference I see here, as someone who hasn't played artillery, or played against it, is that artillery can't spot for itself, and it can't overshoot over tall buildings and cover. But CVs, aircraft, don't have this limitation at all. They can go wherever they want to, getting around islands, going over islands, all that stuff. They can spot for themselves, removing both of the limitations of artillery. This is in my mind, it seems like artillery on steroids, giving it all the power in the world. Now, artillery shells aren't subject to AA, which is fair. They can shoot them down. But the thing is, AA, as currently implemented, is designed to allow the carrier to get at least 1 drop, even in concentrated AA clusters. So I don't really see that making CVs that much more balanced than artillery. In fact, I think CVs are far worse for balance than artillery, from a very high level.
Okay, this one's going to be quick. I have played World of Tanks, not very much. World of Tanks, a lot of good players. As soon as the tank immediately gets spotted, he gets alphaed just from quick shells that come in or something. At least in the lower tiers. I didn't play all the way to the high tiers. I got to tier 5 or 6. It was interesting. It's fun. Mostly I enjoyed scouting, to be honest. I just went forward, hid in a bush, and scouted. It was pretty dull. I did play some artillery to try to deal with it. And this is... Well, I mean, he said himself, he's never played it, he's heard bad things. Artillery could be blocked in the sense that you could maybe use like a house against the common artillery position. The shells aren't going to be able to arc the house, so not going to be able to hit. Arty can't spot. That's correct, but not correct. The artillery can actually see if like trees get knocked over or fences get busted or something, which even though something is not spotted, can tell you where the enemy is. And further, artillery can shell commonly used spots, which spotting locations are commonly used places where people will bunker up. And in fact, I actually know an artillery player that had an old video where in a competitive match or something, where he took a blind shot at a place where there was probably somebody there, instant kill. They won the match. So in the beginning of this video, we had a long introduction about how he speaks from experience. This is very, he's got a lot of knowledge that he's talking from. And then there's this awkward section, which is, I have no knowledge about this, but CVs are definitely worse. I don't have a lot to say on this. I'm just going to say this was a weird section. So, yeah, it was a weird section.
Let's talk about player skill difference for just a little bit. The reason you will often see people who aren't very good in surface ships be decent to very good in aircraft carriers is due to positioning. In a surface ship, requiring a lot of time, okay? So a very, very good player and a average player will probably have similar thoughts on what they need to do, but at very, very different times. The good player will know what they need to do several minutes to maybe even like 10 minutes in advance of where they are now. Whereas a kind of average player will have the same thought minutes later and likely will be too late to impact the battle as much. But CVs and their ability to reposition so quickly removes this skill difference from the game. And that's why you'll see people who struggle in surface ships actually be fine in CVs, because the repositioning and the forethought and all that skill and practice that it takes to be good in a surface ship is just simply not there in a CV. This is why I don't really take it seriously when people say CVs are fine that have mediocre stats in surface ships but are very good in CVs, because of course they want CVs to stay where they are. It's a shortcut to being a good player. They don't have to do all that work of thinking ahead and getting a lot of practice in the game to know what they should be doing minutes before they're doing it. And the other problem I have with it is their arguments usually boil down to, it's fine because I'm good at it. So I don't really like that either. It is human nature, after all, to take the path of least resistance. And I'm not saying this just applies to CVs. This applies to ships like Smolensk that are obviously not balanced, or Thunder too. That's why you see so many of them. They're easy. They make the game less complicated to play and gives you the ability to impact the game at a very high level without putting all that work into it. So I did run this past some of my clanmates, which I'm in 07 if you didn't know, and they had a few thoughts on the matter too. They thought I did a reasonable job of putting this together. But one thing they did bring up is that you could also say CVs largely ignore a target's skill level. A 45% win rate player presses the same two buttons as a 65% win rate player, which means each drop is mainly determined by the CV's ability to beat a preset difficulty. That's why some mediocre ship players are suddenly really good at CVs. Suddenly, they don't have to outthink their opponents, they just need to beat the AA system. So, again, it just neutralizes a lot of the differences in player skill. It brings up the skill floor dramatically.
Oh, we have an Eve ad. Used to play Eve Online.
Eve Online.
Eve Online.
Now this one's gonna...
Well, that one was cute. Okay, so let's respond to this one real quick. Doot. There you go. Drag this out. Bad players are okay in CVs. What is this? There are players that get exceptional on surface ships, and you can actually see this in destroyer play. Smallland is like the current highlight reel boat, where you can start firing from 13 kilometers away, 15 kilometers, I think, if you double range extend, but I'm not exactly sure on that number. But you can fire at them, and they'll take shots at you, but it's maneuverable enough. Just go, nope, 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 not doing it. and they can just juke and dodge and mitigate all fucking day. And you'll have players that are exceptional in this and be like, if they're going against somebody that doesn't lead, as well as they could, or maybe they could shoot one gun and see what the juke is and then shoot the next guns, but instead they just throw volleys and they miss. I mean, it's a highlight reel. You're styling all over an enemy and you're not taking damage doing it. There are some people that they play the game and they're just so good at dodging that the concept that, 45% win rate player can hop in a CV, put the reticle on the target and hit you. It's just like, this is bullshit. I can dodge cruiser fire. I can dodge battleship fire. I can dodge all this stuff. I can position in a way that I can make myself almost fucking immune to damage. And then this random asshole is going to hop into a class of ship that he just flies over and he shoots me and I get hurt. Like, essentially, how fucking dare you? How fucking dare you come over here and deal something to me when I can just style all over people? I mean, I don't necessarily agree with it, but I can understand the frustration. If you're an amazing tennis player, you're going to play tennis at a level that's just all the way fucking up there. And somebody hits the ball so randomly, awkwardly, badly that there was no way for you to predict this, and they take a match off you or they take a game off you and you're just like insulted. Granted, you're still probably going to win in the end because you're really effing good. But to be just insulted that you had an interaction where somebody that doesn't have a win rate number that you respect was able to somehow touch you. I don't know, man. I'm not saying that's what Potato Quality is saying. I'm trying to put this out there because this is something that I've read multiple times from forum interactions or something I've heard in Discord, heard from other people. It's kind of obnoxious, just gonna say. CVs are accurate. That is one of the benefits they have. They have guided ammunition. You are manually guiding, to the target to hit the target to do the thing. So that's actually one of the things that I teach. If I see a Kleber, if I see a Marceau, if I see a Smolland, although fuck, it's probably something that I in the CV am going to have to pay some attention to, because the average player really does not know how to shoot those ships. So those ships are going to have some highlight reel moments unless you're able to get accurate damage onto the ship or do something to constrain them to hold them back, because otherwise they can just run around highlight reeling everybody, which can be a bitch. When they're on the enemy team and it's just like, fuck, please somebody shoot this asshole. But the idea that, some random nobody's going to hop into a CV and then suddenly show up with a 70 to 80% win rate is not real. What this most likely looks at, CVs are a shortcut to being good, is a damage number. And unfortunately, the damage number just doesn't matter as much as some people think it does. So at this point, I'm just going to say really quick, there's something called PR. It's like a personal rating, I think is what it's referred to as, whatever. I probably even spelled that wrong, whatever. But PR, personal rating. So I think I did spell it wrong. The damage weighting on the PR, which evidently is a little different than I thought it was, is roughly 60 to 70% of this rating is your average damage. Then you have something like, I think it's 20 to 25% is, I think it's 15 to 25% is, what is this? Kills, average kills. And then you have the remaining is win rate. So what does this mean? It means that out of like 100 possible points, so to speak, out of 100, on a test, the win rate is like putting your name on the test. You scribble your name or something on the test, so you get like the minimum, you get 10 or 15. That's what you get. And the rest of it is the content of the test. Did you answer correctly? Did you do this? Did you do that? Did you whatever? Do you have amazing kills? Do you have amazing damage? Awesome. You get an 85. Did you sign? You forgot to sign your name? It's fine. You still get an 85. If you sacrifice damage to get the win, if you sacrifice damage and kills to get the win, you will have a lower PR than if you focus exclusively on damage, which can be really weird. So when you have people that look at PR and honestly just don't know this, they can look at something and go like, oh, this person's terrible, because they might have below normal damage, but they may actually have a respectable win rate. Win rate means that when you show up in the match, because there's one person that's in every single game you play, and that's you. There's one person that's always going to be impactful or not impactful. And if you're showing up and you're able to bring more influence than whatever the ship is or whatever the position you're taking is expected to do, over a long period of time, statistically, that influence is going to result in a positive win rate. You're going to have destroyer players that have 10 or 20,000 damage, but they've got a 50 to 60% win rate. You're going to have people that have no kills. They don't chase kills, but they have a high win rate. Like, to sit here and go, this is your shortcut to being good because CVs are really accurate. So you can fly around and you can shoot stuff and your damage number goes up. So you're fucking amazing, bro. It's a weird concept of the game. Now everybody's going to play the game for different reasons. Some people just like to derp around in a ship. I mean, I've made the analogy before that this game is basically like a sandbox where a whole bunch of kids run over and they get their toy. I want to play this. I want to play this. Oh, I like this one. And then they're going to go run in the sandbox and they're going to play around. I shot you. I torped you. I killed you. It's just kids derping around in a sandbox. Like, even the devs or the community managers call it shooty boats. This is not like a life-affirming experience. But some people, you know, you've got to have something to do. Some people collect ships. Some people really like a certain ship. Some people play for damage. Some people play for kills. Some people play for highlight moments. Some people play for laughs. Some people play for friends. Some people play to win. Everybody's got different priorities here. But this, like, CVs are a shortcut to being good because I can make my damage number big. That's extremely shallow. Like, that's... Come on. And then I don't quite understand what this is. It's fine because I'm good at it. I'm going to guess that it means, like, the only reason I can do as much damage is because I'm good at it. Other CV players, they can't do it because they're not as good at it or something. Or it's like, I think it's probably, CVs are extremely influential. They're extremely impactful. And for somebody to go, well, the only reason the CV is so influential and impactful is because I'm really good in the CV. It's not like just anybody could show up and they do all the spotting they do and all the latent damage they do and all the everything they do. Some people are going to look at the class and they're going to think, like, just by flying around, you're going to light the whole map. Everybody's lit all the time. All the DDs are scared to cap. Everybody's dead. I mean, that's not true. But yes, the class brings quite a lot of benefits to it, just like a destroyer does, especially in a non-carrier match. The destroyer can see a lot of things. It can threaten a lot of things. It can smoke ships. It can help people. Every class brings its own specialties that when you don't have the class, you don't have that as part of the team. And the team is the sum of all the parts to make a greater whole. This thing about 45 to 65% win rate player, the only thing that's stopping them is AA. One ship kills one ship per attack kills one plane or two planes. Two ships together might kill 2 to 4. 3 ships might kill 4 to 7. Like, it builds on itself. Using teamwork, using map positioning, using overlapping AA, using the thought of, I want to hold this flank. How am I going to hold this flank? I can hold this flank. I can use this island to mitigate these surface ships. And I can use my proximity to a teammate to harden up against the aerial flank. I mean, this is all map positioning. This is all choices you make in the game. And to sit here and go that the only thing that's going to stop a CV is the 100, 300, or 500 AA continuous damage that's coming off the hull. Really? Like, are you serious with this? I don't even know how to contextualize this. Like, the thought that the only thing that can stop you is the continuous damage or RNG happening to waste your planes with flak. Like, the other thing you have to realize is when somebody who is extremely good in the game is going to play a CV, they are extremely good in the game. When they look at this map, when they look at... Come on. When they look at this map and they see where all the enemy ships are, they know what all those ships are. They know what the capabilities of those ships are. They know what the consumables of those ships are. They know the AA ratings, the detection ratings, the gun sizes, the damage possibilities, the penetrations, the floaty arcs, the reload times, the possibility, does it have torps, does it not have torps, acceleration, turn speed, reverse speed. All of this information, they're starting with all of this. And then they hop in a CV and go, oh wow, this is extremely easy. Having all of that information, and then all you have to do is just put a target on something and shoot something, yeah, it seems easy. Grats. I don't know, man. The best thing that I can talk about or talk to is good players think ahead, average players react. That I can definitely agree with. And CVs tend to be reactive. This I can absolutely agree with in the sense that, so you're driving your ship, you're coming over here, you're seeing some interactions, you're seeing the way they're positioned, they're seeing the way you're positioned. 3 to 4 minutes from now, this guy and this guy are dead. Fuck. Okay, so you're gonna start your turn during like a cooldown. You're not spotted. You're coming out. You're in a battleship. Whatever. Yep. Sure enough, this guy gets dead. This person turns out you can already read from his positioning that he's not gonna work. They're moving. This guy pops a radar. He's dead in smoke or something. And you started to bail. You saw that 3 minutes, 4 minutes, 5 minutes earlier than it happened. So instead of being caught bow in and being the next thing to be murdered, you were able to move, to mitigate, to kite, to do all the shit you needed to do. That is a good thing for a player to know and to execute on. That's something that replay review, friends teaching you the game, personal growth and assistance, you can learn over time, but that's something you have to learn. In a CV, you don't have to necessarily sit here and go, oh, fuck, am I the next one to get farmed? Often a CV player, yes, they're looking. Okay, there's fire on this side of the map, there's fire on this side of the map. Which one do I have to piss on first? And for the most part with the hull, you could move over here to more closely support this flank. You could move over here to more closely support this flank. But in general, yes, it's not a bad introductory class to the game because you're starting to see how things interact. Will you get the knowledge about when do you have to turn out? When do you see the flank is breaking? When do you push the flank? When do you move? When do you expect that there's a destroyer? When are you expecting the torps to come? All of this additional information that comes through play, you learn all that information from thousands of games. I mean, you can watch some replay videos, you can watch Lord Zath, you can show me a replay video, I can tell you some stuff, but ultimately, there are some things in life that you don't get good at without doing it hundreds or thousands of times. And a CV is not a shortcut to success, because you still have to learn all this shit. You still have to learn all the damage values. You still have to learn what positions mean what. You still have to learn why, when there's 2 or 3 ships over here, you already know these 2 guys are dead. So you're going to come over here, you're going to waste time trying to do something against this when you're not going to fucking kill them. Nobody's going to kill them. They're going to come through, they take the cap, they move over, you look over, you deal with something else. There is a difference between basic bullshit level play and high level play, but it's the exact same thing in a battleship. It's the exact same thing in a cruiser. Some people just want to fucking shoot guns and farm. And that's okay. But to just throw away everything that somebody's trying to do and go, it's real easy, bro. Fuck them. I have to say that one's going to be a little dismissive. I don't think that's okay. All right, so we move on to the next one now.
Probably get me in a little bit of hot water, and I'm sure there's going to be a lot of you listening that really dislike me for saying this, but I do have to say it. And this is going to be how CV players play their class. Up until this point, we've talked about facts and how CVs actually are to play. Now this is going to be talking more about how players tend to play the ship and use all these mechanics. The ability to go anywhere on the map and strike anyone at any time allows you to focus on one specific player like no other ship in the game. Due to applications like Matchmaking Monitor, or just being generally aware of the top clans and players, gives the CV ability to focus on the best players in the match to potentially give their team an edge to win the game. This isn't always the case, because CVs often take this to the extreme, and will focus a particular player even to the detriment of his team winning the game. This creates an incredibly frustrating experience for the player getting focused, and for that CV player doing the focusing, his team, because he is losing that game to focus on someone who's potentially not impacting the result of the battle in that moment of time, where they could be striking targets more important for taking caps and map control and actually winning the game. I'll use a personal example. I've been running away and are potentially nearly at the back of the map, at the border, sometimes even behind my CV, and the enemy CV will continue to strike me until I'm dead, while my team is winning the other flank and winning the game, killing the enemy DDs, taking map control, all of this stuff. And clearly, the enemy CV was not focused on actually winning the game, but he was focusing on one person until they were dead. And this is incredibly frustrating for especially the person getting focused, because, like we said, there's no real skill involved in that fight for the surface ship player. It's just RNG and an automated AA system. But the other big issue is there's no running away from this type of focus. CVs don't have a limited range or ability to spot like other surface ships, so a player who's prone to focusing on someone but is playing a surface ship is far less frustrating to play against, because you can always go to the other side of the map or leave their range or get undetected or put an island in between you and that player. When this player is in a CV, there is no escape. Something like the World of Tanks Anonymizer would almost kill this kind of behavior overnight, because that removes player names, that removes clan tags, and that removes the ability to see people's stats. This would be a great change for anyone with probably a blue PR or higher, and anyone like YouTubers or streamers who are prone to getting focused just for their name and not necessarily for their stats.
Okay. Alright, so how CV's player? I don't really think he commented very much on how CV players play. I think mostly what he commented on what a CV could do and how annoying it could be. If somebody has matchmaking monitor, if somebody runs that, there are people that will literally like, oh, this guy's the best player on their team, let's focus that guy. They could be in a destroyer, they could be in a cruiser, they could be a battleship, they could be in a CV. Doesn't matter. Like, this is the best player on their team. This is how we win. We have to kill the best player on the team. Which is actually incorrect. In some cases, it's kind of funny, because there are some people that PR farm, which, as we talked about earlier, is mostly related to damage. They don't care if they win. They just want the game to go a long time so they can get a lot of damage. So actually, sometimes some of the better clans, it's actually not good. Well, I'm not saying it's bad to throw resources to try to kill them, because they'll do a lot of damage. But there are other things on the map that are going to be more important than the dude that's just farming damage off of battleships for like 5 to 10 minutes. So that's actually a symptom of inexperienced players that will go after, the shiniest, scariest object on the map. As far as being able to focus a single player, I mean, it happens. There was, I actually watched, who was it? It was Maltese Knight, who is an 07 player. He loaded into the game in a destroyer, and the first thing that happened was somebody said, oh, he's an 07. We have to watch out for him. He got really upset, because he felt like, already, I haven't even done anything, and now I've got people that are like, they're going to be after me. And it was a dude in a Thunderer that was off in the back of the map or something. And sure enough, the dude in the Thunderer, like, whenever he was appeared, even if the Thunderer is like 24 kilometers away, bam, takes pot shot shooting at Maltese Knight or something, which pissed him off. I can understand. It gets annoying. If you're like, if somebody's in a battleship and they want to shoot you and exclusively you, they probably have the range to be able to do so. If somebody's in a radar cruiser and they see that you're in a destroyer, they may leave wherever the fuck they are to go all the way over to your side of the map so they can radar you to make your life miserable. Like, yes, there are possibilities for this. Is it because it's in a CV? No. It's just players trying to figure out what the hell to do. And players that can't read the map, players that can't read the situation, they try to gravitate to the thing like, Smolensk is OP. We have to kill the Smolensk. Smolensk may not matter. Like it might be played terribly or in a weird position, and maybe you have both caps and the Smol's not doing shit. But some people are going to be so focused in, I hear the Smol is OP. We have to kill the Smol. I mean, things like that nature. As far as this concept of like focusing a single player, you can't get away. I mean, I get it. The best thing I could tell you, there was a troll or whatever that came in to fight me twice. Somebody bought an account, or they made an account called, I think it's Ahskance, and they purchased a Kaga. So they dropped like 35, 40 bucks. And I think they tried to sync drop with me when I was playing. So twice we ended up dealing with it. One, he spent, I think, 12 minutes just trying to kill me with a Kaga while I'm in a CV. And he didn't help the team at all, so they lost. And then the second time, I was in open water, so it's super vulnerable to a CV snipe. So I called out to some cruisers. Hey, I need help. Pulled the CV over to the cruisers. The cruisers were able to murder all of the Kaga planes as they were coming over, and I was able to tuck into a situation where one of the cruisers were able to, hold one side of the island, a cruiser on the other side of the island. They were able to protect, CV. Now, obviously, with a CV, I don't have to shoot over the island to be effective, but the thought that you can't get away is not technically correct. But I mean, does it suck to be focused? Sure. You can be chased to the edge of the map, but as long as you have some kind of team support, you're going to make it costly. And if a CV is just going to go balls deep for you, then they're not helping your team. And frankly, sometimes it sucks to get pushed out of the battle or aggressed out of the battle or whatever. But I mean, at least it's a win, right? Because they're wasting so much time on you. It's not too much you can say about that. As far as, is this a CV player thing? No. Is it something a CV can do? Yeah, but everybody can do it. Destroyers can go fucking secret mission, border hump, and go all the way to try to find you to go after you if you're in a battleship or a CV or whatever the hell they're going to do. Like, people are going to focus because they're going to focus.
Now, an argument a lot of people make is the realism argument. But I really dislike that argument for CVs being in the game, or at least in the way they are, because this is obviously an arcade game. There are HP bars on ships, right? Obviously that wasn't real. There's no module or crew damage. Well, there's a bit of module damage, but crew damage, like in, say, War Thunder, for example. And I think if you're looking for more of that realistic thing, you should be looking for a game without HP bars. And War Thunder might be that kind of thing for you. But the whole point of an arcade-style game is to make it fun and balanced for everyone to play, and in this case, in a PvP environment. Gameplay should come first, realism should come second, in an arcade game. For example, there's arcade racing games like Need for Speed that are incredibly fun, but probably not very realistic, right? Now you might be thinking to yourself, this is...
I think this is going to be long enough that we could just address this separately. Really quickly, do CVs need to be included in this game because realism? No. There are plenty of games that happen without CVs. It's fine. There are games that happen without subs. There are games that happen without transports. There are games that happen with islands, without islands. It doesn't have to be real. He's correct. It's an arcade game. Whatever. Have fun. I don't think the realism yes or no argument is a reason for CVs to be included or not included. As he says, gameplay first, realism second. I don't think CVs being included into the game is required because we have to have an attempt at realism. I think CVs just fit into the game. They alter the way the pieces interact. I'm not gonna contest that, but I don't think it turns it into an unplayable game. I just think it makes the game different. Does that come down to realism or not? No.
Mainly based on personal experience. This isn't really real. Sure, you're a good player, but you don't really know what you're talking about. You're just biased because you hate CVs. Well, let's take a look at what Wargaming has to say, shall we? At the CC Summit, which happened, I think, a year and a bit ago, Wargaming showed off charts on how CVs are actually performing. The so-called spreadsheet. They showed CVs are by far the most battle efficient class and the highest damage class in the game. Outside of CVs, destroyers are the most battle efficient, but they also have the lowest average damage. There's a trade-off there. Battleships have the highest average damage outside of CVs, but they have the lowest battle efficiency, with cruisers somewhere in the middle. There's trade-offs here. The problem is, CVs don't have those trade-offs. They're just the
I'm going to leave the sound on so I can listen, but I'm going to step out real quick. I'll be right back.
most battle efficient and deal the most damage. And have all these unfun, unbalanced, automated mechanics like we talked about earlier. The problem shown at this summit is that the CV rework success is entirely measured on the number of people playing the class. So, as long as more people are playing the reworked CVs than the old RTS CVs, it's considered a success. This is a gigantic problem because it incentivized wargaming to make reworked CVs incredibly easy to play and incredibly overpowered to encourage more people to play them. And their entire goal is to keep the number of players in the new CVs looking good compared to old RTS CVs. But in these charts, we can also see wargaming implemented some nerfs to the CVs after release, which is good. But we also see the CV population decrease proportional to these nerfs. So, this is the primary reason CVs are just never going to be balanced. They are by far the best battle efficient class and damage dealing class, yet there are barely more people playing it than old RTS CVs. This is the main problem I have with wargaming at the moment. They know CVs aren't balanced, but they're unwilling to change them because it would mean admitting their rework failed. It seems to me they're unwilling to admit their mistakes.
Okay. So I'm actually going to hop back to where he was showing the spreadsheets or whatever. And I'm going to set this up because I don't think he gave a lot of context. So, all right, 8.0, which you can see, 8.0. First off, when we talk about this, he was saying efficiency, which I think means like resources to damage kind of stuff. You know, HP to damage, resources to damage, whatever. That's what efficiency means. It's not what this says. It says influence, battle influence. So, over on this graph, I mean, the damage is quite high, but when they were talking about this, the combat effectiveness, basically what they had done is wargaming has a shitload of data. Every time you play the game, every move you make, every shot you take, they'll be watching you. They record all that information, and there's actually a job called basically data analyst, which is, okay, our computer has accumulated just fuckloads of data. Figure out what it means. And trying to just like somehow extrapolate how everything works. I mean, it can be overwhelming. There's just so much data. How do you know you're not, you know, some people use data to prove this point, but then other people use the same data to prove different point. You know, how are you looking at it? What are you taking? What are you trying to figure out? I mean, here we see class popularity, cruisers and battleships, very popular, destroyers less popular. Destroyers are tougher to play. They're scarier to play. You get rolled up, you get owned, people bitch at you. CVs, obviously very low. This was, I think, pre-rework. This is probably the post, the 8.0, and then you get to see what's going on post that. But this was the big screen. This was the one that they really talked about, where what Wargaming did is they found certain characteristics, certain concepts about how the game was played that they thought this is influential. This damage or something, like maybe they had a way of figuring out what the damage was, or the spotting damage, or the spotting in general, or the base XP formula, whatever the hell they did. They went through and they labeled this. These are super influential. If we take all these characteristics and we add them all up, what does it tell us? Well, it tells us that battleships have an influence rating of this. Cruisers have an influence rating of this, which is roughly similar, roughly the same. Destroyers, much higher than battleships and destroyers, which is true in terms of dictating the game flow, dictating positions on the map. Can you take caps? Can you safely push? Do you have to retreat? Can you stall a retreat? All sorts of shit. Destroyers, extremely influential. So they're much more influential. And then it came to the CV. Well, before the rework, they were saying if you looked at this graph, like where the cruisers are here, and then the cruiser battleship and the destroyer, in the RTS version, the CV is like way the fuck up there. I mean, it's so far off the map that it's not even plottable, really. Like, it was just dumb. But once the rework came in, you see it comes down to an approachable level with a destroyer. But then almost immediately you're going to find people are going to learn how the fuck to play. They're going to start to excel at how to play. Hence it says learning process. They're going to get better and better and better at doing stuff. And the better the CVs got, they were pulling away from a destroyer's role by providing spotting, by providing frontline pressure. They can also provide backline, midline pressure, but frontline pressure was really something that they could excel at with rockets, the ability to bomb destroyers. Being able to influence destroyer play and alter the way the front line worked was something that the new version of CV really, really did. But even still, even with all that, this line still is within shouting distance of the other things, unlike the RTS value, which was like up here somewhere. It was dumb. Now, in patch 8.4, they implemented an engine boost change, where before every plane, for realism and shit, every plane had like different ranges of speeds that it could go. They could accelerate and slow down. Well, they just went, nope, fuck it. For balancing purposes, Japanese planes, you accelerate 40 knots or you decelerate 20. And then for like others, I think it's slightly different. I think it's 40 for all of them, actually, for Japanese. And then for the other lines, the US and the British, because there were only the two at the time, you accelerate 40, you decel 40 on rocket planes, but on the strike planes, it's like you accelerate 30 and you decel 15, something of that nature. And immediately after the engine boost happened, destroyers started to assert themselves more. Battleships started to assert themselves more. I think it was, maybe that's the battleship one, I'm not sure. And CVs immediately responded by coming down. But in public perception, nothing had happened. Nothing had happened. It didn't feel any different. And back with 8.0, carrier planes were bullet sponges. So you would dump, 35,000 damage. We don't see... Well, okay, that's potential. Yeah, this is not an old picture. But you could dump 30,000 damage into a midway bomber squadron without killing a single plane, because it'd be sprinkled out across all 12 of them. Or maybe 20,000 is the more appropriate thing, even though planes only had like 2,000 or 2,400 health, because it would be sprinkled and mitigated and a good CV player could manipulate it. Why is this important? Because when these spreadsheets happened, 8.5 had not happened yet. And Gaishu, which I think I might have said this earlier, but I'm going to reiterate it. Gaishu had done 550 plus thousand damage in a Hakuryu in a single fucking match. When you had the ability to not lose resources, to mitigate AA, to bullet sponge the shit up, and to game the fuck out of the mechanics so that you could get all your planes back, come right back out and do that same shit again. This is what you could do. Now, most tier 10 CVs roll up, the average is about 150. If you find some ship that's off on their own doing something dumb, where you get multiple strikes off in a highly efficient trade, you start to gain damage. Maybe you have 170 max, 190 max. Maybe you get a fire, they don't put it out. 170, 190 starts going up. Your damage possibilities go. Then you start attacking a multi-group of ships, 2, 3 ships together. You start losing more resources than you're not playing efficiently. You're going down 130, you're going down 110. Things of that nature. Not 550,000 damage. This is a redonkulous number. Like, it is dumb. 8.5 was such a seismic shift that to even pull these graphs out that are over a year and a half out of date and to look at them and think this has any fucking bearing on where CVs are now is completely out of date. That this has nothing to do with what's going on right now. And I really mean nothing to do with what's going on right now. CVs have encountered multiple nerfs. They've been altered in fundamental ways in how they move, how the reticles work, how the dispersion mechanics work. They've had damage numbers altered in the case of the Hakuryu. They've had obviously reticle changes, which in some cases have fluffed out and altered things. Tiny Tims work in a completely different way now. Like, there have been a lot of alterations, and to quote something that's literally like 1.5 years old, this is some old data. This is not current. And even then, it was misunderstood because it was talking about effectiveness instead of influence. And further, we're going to look at relative damage. This is back when Gaishu could still pull the 500k plus damage bullshit, and you see the CV is where it is now. I don't know where the average damage is now. I think people post in the forums that like CVs are still up there with battleships in terms of relative damage. So maybe it went down to like here or something. But yeah, I have to emphasize, this is old data. Right.
They show CVs are
solutions.
Now, let's talk about some solutions. I don't want to just complain about this game. I do actually like playing it. There are just some mechanics that are so incredibly frustrating that make zero sense to me from making a good, fun, balanced game perspective.
Also, just a quick follow-up. Again, Gaishu, 550,000 damage. The first time CVs were allowed in clan battles, brought in a midway. 7 people on the enemy team. Theoretically, the less people on the enemy team, the less AA to overlap. Although it doesn't matter anyway, they're going off in groups of 2. 550,000 damage. Enters into clan battles, does 45. 550, 45. Same player, different ship. He was playing the Hikaru for one, he played the midway for the other. His average damage in clan battles was like 40 to 85. 550, 45 to 85. To say that like AA is irrelevant, or that there were no concepts of balancing back and forths, it's just not real. Sorry.
Perspective that I just feel like I have to complain about them. The biggest problem I have with these CVs is the lack of PvP engagement in a PvP game. Simply allowing me to control my AA guns, for example, making it a skill-based experience if I take damage from the CV or not, would go a long way in me feeling better about having CVs in the game. This change would also have to include a buff to CVs, giving them basically unlimited planes, because if you give me the ability as a surface ship to shoot down an entire squad before he drops me, then you obviously need to give the CV lots of chances to get those drops off. But this would also have to nerf CVs so that they can't just have these unlimited planes to constantly be spotting DDs. Now, I'm not a game developer, I haven't fleshed this idea out, but that is my best idea using the current framework of how CVs function in mind. The other idea I've had is to simply improve CVs is to make all the damage they deal 100% healable. This is one of the most frustrating parts about the damage specifically that CVs deal, is that it's often not healable. So giving me the ability to heal it back if I manage to survive would go a long way in helping me feel a little bit better about this damage that is being done to my ship. And the last idea I have is to change CVs into a support class, which this one, I'll admit, is not very fleshed out at all and would require massive changes. But what if you had CVs dropping smokes, heals, damage controls for their teammates, similar to, I don't know, how some scenarios worked, where there's healing locations, or maybe like Arms Race, where there's different buffs that CVs could drop at different times that last a short amount of time. It's a very rough idea, but it would keep CVs in the game, make the game more dynamic, and remove the frustrating fly anywhere, deal massive damage that's unhealable, that there's no player versus player interaction. In conclusion, this video is why I believe CVs don't belong in the game in their current state. I'd be fine with CVs being...
I guess I could let this go, but I think we'll just do this. In terms of solutions, manual AA. Manual AA would probably be fun. Especially, manual AA probably would not replace continuous. Continuous would just be a latent thing. What manual AA would probably end up being is a mini game where you try to lead with flak. So theoretically, if you did something like this, you could have a mini game where as your ship with your AA range, whatever, I'm just gonna, I don't know if it's a circle, I don't really care. As the enemy is coming in, normally they'd come in at an angle to try to place flak over here so they could then turn, place flak over here, then turn, and as they're coming in, maybe they can go underneath the flak, and then they're within the flak range, so there's no more flak has spawned. Well, if you did some kind of manual AA, rather than leading the planes how they wanted to be led, you could instead try to drop flak between them to force them to keep flying, and you keep dropping the flak on the inside so that they can't turn in. So they'd have to do some kind of move or something. So basically there would be a counterplay, because you'd be placing pretty much like, I mean, effectively it's like a grenade, but you're kind of placing like a minefield, that if they trip over the minefield, they get nailed. And you could have some kind of interaction where you're trying to place this to be able to drive them off. Here's the problem with manual AA. Not that it wouldn't be fun. The problem with manual AA is, so you're in your ship, and you've got multiple enemy ships that you're dealing with right now. Maybe this ship is over here or something, and you're dealing with all this shit, and then inevitably the dog pile's coming in. So now you've got planes that are coming, they're doing their thing, they're coming in. Well, what do? Do you shoot this? Do you mitigate that? Do you continue turning and juking? Do you go over and you stop the plane damage? Like, this might be 10,000, but I mean, you've still got damage coming in from here. And the problem with this is players always want to be doing the best possible thing at all times. People recognize this is not possible. But players, especially competitive players, min-maxing players, always, at all times, want to be doing the best possible thing. Which means that when the planes are coming in, if you're a player that they're a min-maxer, that you want to do this, you always have to be interacting with AA while getting shot from other shit. So not only do you have to be interacting with this with a clear head so that you can juke and jive and try to manage your reloads so that you can maybe hit them. You have to watch and see, is this guy going to turn and show you broadside so you can time your fire? But in your head, you're thinking, if I don't use my manual AA, if I don't shoot this shit down, then I'm just taking all this damage. And having an interaction like this can actually be a detriment to a player, because they know in the back of their mind, I didn't do this, so I'm getting fucked for it. And you'll have people that are actually having the option to do something, but not being able to do it because they're currently getting ass pounded by multiple ships, means that they're going to feel even worse about the interaction because they couldn't use the tool that they were given to use. So in this case, having priority sector, you look over there, you pop the thing, you go back to doing the shit you were doing. The reason why they went with the priority sector system, and I obviously don't work with wargaming, but is that this is what you have. You have your button, you go back to doing the shit you're doing, because sometimes the game is crazy enough. Now, if you're off in the back of the map, hiding at the back of the map, spinning in a circle to be afraid of CVs or something, yeah, definitely you could play your little AA minigame because there's nobody else to shoot you. There's not really much going on. It'd be fun. It would be fun. Hey, fun is good. But when you're in a serious situation and you have to pull out all the stops to somehow just be like, to make the shit work somehow, knowing that you can't take advantage of a tool can be mentally crippling to a player. You need to have some tool to interact. You have to. But to have a high level of interaction, and that causes to pull you completely out of another interacting sense, it's kind of like right now in a CV, if I'm derping around in planes or whatever, I can't control my hull. And sometimes it's fucking maddening that I try to tell the hull just to move forward, and it's like, to move forward, we must go back. And it immediately throws itself in reverse and starts fucking angling and turning and some shit. It's like, no, I need you to do what I need you to do, but you don't have the tools to be able to interact with it. And because you don't, it's really fucking frustrating, especially if it results in your death. And adding manual AA here has the potential to do the exact same thing, where it's like, I'm fucking dealing with surface ships and I have to fucking shoot down the planes, because if I don't fucking shoot down the planes, then I take free unlimited damage and I get dev strike and I'm fucked. So player-wise, it's a problem. Are there different things that maybe you could try to do? Maybe, but I don't know. This one's tough. This one is tough. As far as like how to make more interaction between the planes, in general, the basic interaction is have a friend, have a second ship, don't be alone. But in terms of being able to like vaporize a squadron, I mean, I don't know. 100% healable damage. I mean, I guess you could do it. Does it really change anything? You're blowing cooldowns. Like if it's 100% healable damage, then you're running through your heal cooldowns instead. And theoretically, if this becomes less of a threat, then the game developers have to find a way to make it into a threat. And if it's not a threat, then they have to make it a threat. And usually that means more damage. So if it goes all healable, then that means the damage goes up. Instead of having 26,000 damage AP strikes, which are not healable from fucking MVR bombs, well, then they kick it up to like 35 or 40 or 45 or 50, because you could get bombed and then use a heal cooldown, and then you go from like 40 damage all the way down to 26,000 damage because you just healed a whole shitload of it back. I mean, it's workable, but it may have unintended consequences, because if you can just ignore a player, if the player's damage does not matter because you can mitigate it, well, then you just ignore the player and the player's interactions don't matter. So as far as the support class, I did already have kind of a conversation about this. You could take like a CV, cut its damage basically in half, and you start adding kind of consumables like sonar buoys, healing buoys, a little smoke puff. I mean, you could do whatever. Like Wargaming literally has little Halloween games and stuff that they do where you have little consumables and stuff. So that's absolutely something that could be happening, and maybe it'll happen. But right now I think Wargaming is focused on subs. After subs are done, they might look at, a different way to implement CVs or something, but it's not going to happen anytime in the near. As far as my solutions, one of those big solutions I think we talked about earlier would be reducing, because, he did it, I'll do it too. Reduce aerial detection. Why is this a thing? Because if you reduce aerial detection on cruisers, then if a fighter is spotting you, the only reason it's spotting you is because it's within your AA range. Turn on your AA and shoot it down. The only time that might not be a case is with a battleship, and frankly, battleships are damage magnets. So I mean, like, if they get spotted, they get spotted. But as far as cruisers and certainly destroyers, it's much more of an issue. Reducing aerial detection does two things. It makes them harder to find. It means that they can limp away, but it also means that if they're spotted by a plane, their AA range is enough to interact with the plane that's spotting them. So theoretically, they don't just get spotted for free, they get spotted at a cost. And I'm totally okay with, resource cost for a thing. You're spotting somebody, you lose some resources to do it. Another thing you could do is increase AA. You could do that, absolutely. Make shit get hurt more. I mean, they've done it before. 8.5 ended up being really extreme for two reasons. One is because before 8.5, the AA had to be so redonkulously high that it was able to throw out that initial 20,000 damage to get the planes low enough that they might actually get murdered. So it had to have very fast amounts of just output. And secondly, the old priority sector system, you just set it to a side and you'd leave it there and you could bolster it. So you could basically have 175% of AA as your baseline, then have defensive fire, then have captain skills and other shit. Like a Minotaur could kick out like 14 to 1600 damage a second and have like 14 flak puffs. I mean, it was a lot. And then you hit 8.5 where planes just died. It was not tenable. Could you increase AA? Sure, you can kick it up another 20, 30, 40%, whatever. I mean, CVs will still be able to do what they're doing, but making more of a resource trade for the interactions, perfectly okay. You're going to reduce average damage across the board, but reducing the average damage doesn't mean you're reducing the influence, because if you're able to get into a 1v1 and you or like two ships are having a 1v1 and you come over and you drop that 5 or that 10k damage, that may put it in your team's favor. You might lose a few more planes for doing it, but the fact that you did it means that your team might be able to overwhelm, take at, be in a flank, etc. So like you can still use your planes influentially, to influence. But sometimes you might trade more resources for it. That's perfectly okay. Clumped planes. So this is a concept that they've actually introduced already by themselves. They did this with hybrids. So a hybrid ship, which as far as I know, they're still in testing. Eventually they'll be released into the game. You've got guns, pew, 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 do the gun thing. But you could lift off some planes and you're going to come off with like 3 of them. So you have 3 little torpedo bombers. They're going to go off and do a thing. And when they drop, all 3 of them drop and then they're gone. They don't come back. They don't land. They don't get recycled or nothing. They do their thing and they're gone. If one of those planes gets shot down, 2 of those planes get shot down, then the remaining planes are the only ones that drop, which means you could mitigate the damage coming in by shooting down some of the planes because that's all that's going to be there. And once you've lifted off, there's like a reload timer basically. 2.5, 3 minutes, boop, you get your plane thing again. So you get to fly over, you do a thing, you go back to shooting your guns in your ship, 3 minutes, 4 minutes, 5 minutes later, planes are gone, you can go out and do plane stuff. You could spot with them, you could do whatever. If you do this instead for a carrier, where you start clumping the planes, where you lift off in, groups of 3 per, say, then that means that if you have your 14 planes on your ship, you lift off with 9, you're down to 5. First off, you're probably going to regen 1, but we're just going to use this for the sake of whatever. Let's say you lift off with your 9 planes and you go off to do a scout and 7 of them get roasted. 7 of them are gone. 2 of them limp back to your hull. You have 5, maybe you've regened 1, you get to 6. As you lift off, all 6 of them take off or something. But if you're at a point where you have 8 planes or 7 planes, only 6 of them take off. If you have a point where you have 1 plane or 2 planes, you can't lift off, you need the full 3. What does this mean? It means that you're going to have greater windows where 3 planes is not enough to interact. You're going to lose 1 or 2 going after a ship. So you can't wait for 3, you have to wait for 6. So if you actually get all the way down to 1 or 2 planes, you can't lift off with this to do something. You could lift off with 3 and derp around, but you would have to wait until you have 6 to actually be able to make a credible strike. And that would increase the downtime windows between when planes interacted with an enemy ship, especially if you shot down a bunch of planes. If they're at, 2, 3, or 4 or something, they don't have the 6 yet. So they can lift off with them, I guess, to scout, but they're not going to be a threat. That I think actually could increase the time between, like, you saw rockets, oh fuck, you see rockets again, hey look, there's more rockets, especially against like a destroyer that doesn't have much AA. Causing it to be in like a clumped interaction, I think could actually create the time window. Especially they're changing with the commander skill, like it's a longer return flight to the hull if you take concealment or something, so that might actually put you in a situation where this clumped interaction set could actually be a little better. Because right now, if you have 4 planes, you can take off with 4, and you might just lose the 1 plane going in to attack something, in which case the 3 planes get to do full damage and leave. By the time they get back to the carrier, you might have regened 1 plane, so now you take off with 4, 1 of them dies for the attack, bam, you hit with 3 again. If you instead change this to the clumped thing where it has to be 6, or it's 3 or it's 6, it's one or the other, you don't get to do the full damage strikes because you're going to lose at least the 1 plane, so you hit with 2. Then you come back, you take off with 3, you hit with 2. I don't know. Could be interesting. Maybe it's worth looking at. Not sure. Off the top of my head, I don't have other ones that I really just gonna throw out there, so woot. But he proposed some solutions. I proposed some solutions. Yeehaw. And we're really at pretty much the end of the video. It's only been about almost 4 hours to get through 45 minutes of stuff. I'm fucking speedy. Zoom. But we'll close it out.
If they were healthy for the game. But I fundamentally believe they are not. And I believe in their current state, they fundamentally break the gameplay loop at a very basic level, all the way to the more complex damage-dealing stuff as well. They make this thinking man's action game have very, very little action. And as a final note that I would like to say, The most successful wargaming tournament internationally, the Verizon Championship, intentionally left CVs out. Likely because they realized how much worse the game would be with CVs in it. Thank you for listening to my rant and all the points I have.
Okay, real quick, because it's almost a 2-section piece here. I've obviously talked about why I believe that CVs have a place in the game, although game with a CV versus game not a CV, they are different games. Both of them I think are fun. I personally prefer the one with a CV, even if I'm in a destroyer, because I like having the additional information to make better plays. And secondly, about the Verizon tournament thing, Verizon not having CVs, Verizon's a corporate sponsor. Like, they throw 50,000 on the line, you know, basically, hey, Wargaming, you stick our name all over this, we'll give you 50 G's. We just want the free publicity. Make it happen. They could either A, include CVs and then potentially have this high-level boycott bullshit come off and be a forum presence and then be a negative backlash against Verizon, because there are a lot of people that are very opinionated on CVs, or they could not. Corporate sponsor doesn't care. Corporate sponsor doesn't want drama. They just want sales. They want positive recognition. They want some kind of inclusion. It's easier just to go, let's just not open this minefield and just let people play the game, which is what they did. So does this mean that Verizon is somehow coming into the fight swinging? No CVs, man, no CVs. No, it just means that Wargaming recognized less drama, happy sponsor. Awesome. So they went the less drama route.
I'd encourage everybody to be civil. Obviously, it's just a video game. Don't attack people personally over this kind of stuff, but these are my thoughts on it. And again, a reminder, if you want to argue against my points, you have to show significant evidence.
A naval action trailer. Ooh.
That you have experience at a high level, if you even want to hope to change my mind. So, thanks for watching, guys, and I hope you have a great day.
So again, I mean, his talking you have to have high-level experience to change his mind probably doesn't give a shit what I had to say, which is okay. He doesn't have to. He's going to play the game, do whatever the hell he's going to do. I'm going to play the game, do what I'm going to do. But a lot of people listened to this, and it was really well formulated. You know, he laid out the way that he wanted to put it. I think he made points. I've heard a lot of these points before, and a lot of people were coming to me asking, hey, what do you think about this? So I figured, okay, I'll respond to it. Took us a little over 3.5 hours to respond to a 45-minute video. Just kind of a meme in and of itself. But yeah, I wanted to give it the response that I felt it deserved, because it was put out, it was made well, it was done in, I believe, good faith. But there were definitely some things that I disagreed with, and I really wanted to make those known. Okay, so at this point, I am going to take questions and answers from the audience, people that have probably hung around for a while. So, can we just close that? Is that a thing we could do? Whoa. Maybe. Close? Yes, close. Awesome. So I did put it in sub-only mode for, goodness. I did put it in sub-only mode because that is what I'm looking for. Because the last time, you know, when I had the conversation with Pulleycat, it was just an explosion of people just fucking vomiting emotes and all sorts of garbage into the chat, and I was not paying any attention to the chat, and the people that were in chat are just like, really, this is just a giant shit show. So I put it into sub-only mode to, you know, tamp down on that, but I would like to talk to folks. So what I'll do, you know, this might be included in the video, it might be added as a separate part of the video, whatever, but you know, if you've hung out, if you've got some questions, I'm willing to take the time to answer them. It's probably going to be a little bit. You turned it off and it's slow mode right now? Okay. Well, it still says it's sub-only chat. Maybe it isn't. I mean, I see people that are not subs that are able to talk. So, all right. So if you want to address a question to me, if you just put it at, you've been regulating the chat. Thank you very much, newbie. You are a good sir. If somebody wants to ask me a question, just put at Ahskance. It's probably going to take me a little bit to get to it, but I will take some time to give you an answer. What is my opinion of Potato Quality's 50% win rate on a midway while he averages 70% on other classes? Does his opinion on CVs matter? I mean, yes, his opinion matters, but one of the things that I called into question in the response was he's played 32 matches in a tier 10 CV, and because he had a high damage number, he just went, I get it, I'm good, and then he just, moonwalked out. That was probably a year and a half ago. Like, again, I have to highlight this. When Gaishu was able to pull 550,000 damage in the Hikaru, it's because the way that AA interacted with the planes could be exploited. And I would assume somebody in 07, somebody of Potato Quality's caliber, would know how to exploit that. Now, Gaishu probably went really effing hard on playing CVs, getting it done well, getting it done right, whereas Potato Quality probably just didn't enjoy it as much, which is okay. Doesn't have to enjoy it. But for him to like play 32 games and go, my average is like a shitload. I'm good. I know this. If he played it during that window of time where, frankly, CVs were fucktastically OP, he's not going to have a good perspective because he's going to remember something that was just dumb. Whereas if he played it more recently, and I mean, he was still able to hit those numbers, cool. I'm glad he hit the numbers, but ideally, if you're going to hit those numbers, I'd like to see a win rate of 60, 70, 80%, which is going to show that not only do you know how to do the damage, but that you're applying it correctly. And frankly, Potato Quality is going to know who to shoot, who to hit, what's important on the map. He's going to be able to read the map and make those plays or make those decisions. But to just go like, I have a lot of damage, I'm good. Yeah, I feel like there's a lack of information there that should be corrected. But I also understand that most people that play this game don't have that information, which is one of the reasons why I run this channel, so that I can teach about CVs and talk about mechanics. When will I teach Bogsy how to Indomitable? Whenever he has time and he wants me to. What about the fact that in the video he mainly used FDR and pre-nerf MVR? Those are just replays he had running in the background. I mean, he never referenced the replays. He never specifically pointed out, like, look at this shit, it's dumb. Those are replays from Triarch. Triarch is a QQ7 member. He's constantly in this channel all the time. He was the first VIP I had, which was 100,000 channel points. He's very capable in CVs, and those were just Triarch replays. So he had some replays, he popped them up, he did his video. I think there were like 3, maybe 4 games in there with Triarch, styling all over bitches, because Triarch can do it. So not a big surprise. But again, he didn't reference them. He didn't actually use them as like material. Hey, look at this. This is dumb. He was talking about his own thing. Am I now a Twitch partner? Do we get our angry trash panda emote? No, I have applied for partnership. I finally got the 75 average viewers, so I did apply. I understand a lot of people get rejected on their initial application, so I don't know. I don't have a wildly successful YouTube channel. I don't have wildly successful super voice or whatever. People know me because I play CVs, and some people give a shit. So could happen, might not happen. They'll probably say like, it's really cool. Why don't you keep going and try to reapply in the future, is my guess. Okay. All right. So if anybody else has a question, slow mode is still engaged. Thank you very much for the subcoding gorilla. And thank you very much, Anonymous Cheer, for 200 bits. Thank you for the 1 bit. Honorability OG. Thank you very much for the sub. Cool. I didn't actually intend really to do this to get subs. Oh, Bear Cakes gifted Xeris a sub. Mostly it's just, if I record it like this, I can export it to YouTube and then it's there. And YouTube is a much more easy format for people to interact with, like listening in their cars or looking at it on a forum or something. So, you like my voice. Well, thank you, Tremix. Okay. So what about tying killed ships to the game score? Like for each plane you lose, the enemy scores 1 point, or your team loses a point, or some variation. That way they can't spot for free. I think you could do that, but at the same time, you'd have people that would abuse it. You'd have people like that would just start playing the Kaga and YOLOing all their planes in. just because fuck CVs. So you'd start having people that would just throw away planes and planes and fighters and planes and stuff just to give the enemy team points. You'd see it as a griefing tactic. In terms of like actual play, I mean, CVs tend to lose planes at a similar rate to the enemy CV. So like you might lose 50 planes on one side and you might lose 45 planes or 30 on the other. I mean, is the 20-point difference going to be so incredibly huge? Rare. Are we doing replay reviews next or what? Well, we are 5 o'clock. I will do replay reviews when we finish the Q&A session, I think. What do you think about buffing destroyers with weak AA? It seems like there's nothing you can do against a CV hovering you unless you're in a Holland. Positioning, Nomicide. So, I recently did a replay review or whatever, with Ducky Shot. And in that thing, which I referenced this in the video earlier, but in that thing, he was in the map with, there's like 3 caps, there's a bunch of islands and shit here, there's kind of like islands in the middle. It's like islands here and here. And then down here you've got like some island stuff like this or whatever. And he had a Vermont that was down here. And he could have just capped from this edge and been ready to run. Both destroyers, I think, had been spotted in the north. So he knew he couldn't be spotted by a destroyer. The only thing that could spot him was planes or radar. And he saw that there was a Stalingrad over here. He elected to pull away from the Vermont to be able to spot and harass the Stalin. But because of that, he got radared, he got shot, he took damage. And I'm sorry, I think I need to change that. That's right. And let's change this. Sorry. So this is the map. You've got some island cover, whatever. He brought his DD down here. There was a Stalin over there. He decided to go toward the Stalin and torp at it. But the Stalin was already angled. The torps really weren't going to do anything. And all he ended up doing was pulling away from the Vermont. So if the enemy CV decided to come over and harass, I mean, it's Holland versus enemy CV. The Holland's AA is pretty good, but that's still a bunch of time. And he willingly drove closer to enemy ships. There's like 3 ships or 4 ships over here that could take a pot shot at him, versus just being back here, completing the cap, and then being able to move over. And also in this area, he went into the center of the cap, which was more viable for being radared, viable for being camped by a CV, versus just hanging back. Like, I think there was a Worcester right back here. So the Worcester's like effective range is going to be that. He could have just been back here. Like, playing a destroyer doesn't mean you have to be in the cap alone while your friends are all the way fucking back here. You know, your friends do play a part on the team as well. The team has to give a shit. So the team needs to move up to do a thing to support you. It's not just, well, fuck, I'm in a DD. I'm the only person that can handle it, so I guess I just have to handle it. The team has to work together. And does it suck that in a non-CV game, you can absolutely get away with doing this and the team doesn't have to support you? I mean, yeah, kind of. It sucks that like you can just do independent bullshit and get away with it because there's nobody there to call your ass on it, unless like all of a sudden 2 destroyers roll up and punk you. But realistically, if you're gonna play, like you do want to play with a semblance of safety. Right. Let's just double check. Yeah, okay. Right, so you think about that. Okay. Doing replay reviews, no paint. Yeah. So I did alter that. It's theater of the mind paint. Okay. Mr. Gibbons says his destroyer game has improved since CVs were introduced, so it's just how you play your boat. Yeah, I would agree. CVs make you have to take into account more things, because when there's no CV, the only thing that's really going to spot you in a destroyer is another destroyer. If you know where they are, if you have RPF, if you have the information to know that you're safe, you do whatever the fuck you want. Nobody's going to call your shit on it. Nobody. CVs, on the other hand, it's not that the CV is going to call your shit on it. It's that the CV can call your shit on it. And you have to expect, like, you have to be prepared for that situation. Just like, you know, you have to have some kind of money set aside in case your house burns down. You know, have some money in a bank or have some money in a safe or something. You need an exit strategy. You need fire alarms in case there's a fire, so you'll be alerted to it, so you get the fuck out. Like, you have to prepare a little bit, you know, and just, I'll be fine. You might be fine, but you might not be fine. Okay. There are radar ships to spot DDs. Yeah, if there are radar ships, but it's randoms. There may not be radar ships. They may be on the other side of the map. They may be nothing to spot you other than just running you down. And you probably are faster than whatever's trying to run you down, so Okay. Problem with an idea I had was to give ships more XP for shooting down planes. Maybe then players would welcome CVs instead of hating it. It also pushed people to take AA skills over others. That's actually something that's worth talking about. So if we look in the game, the anti-aircraft skills, it's plus 10%. So if you don't have it, you're doing 100%. But if you do have it, it's 110%. Fucking cares? It's 10%. Like, if you're really trying to dial in, you know, my Holland, for instance, the Holland I've got, which of course doesn't have the commander on it right now, but now he does. You know, do I have this? Fuck yeah. Why? Because not only does it give me more AA, and I lean heavily on the Holland AA because I use it as an AA platform, but it also gives me faster shooting guns. So, I mean, it works twice as well. It works to buff the AA, but it mostly gives me a plus 10% damage output increase in terms of guns go. So, like, if you're getting this because plus 10% AA, oh, that's going to be the difference. Fuck no. Like, the idea that you have to spec into AA to be even mind, like, relevant, that's not how it works. That's like if all ships only went 10 knots unless you spec'd into ship speed, so you could go 30 so you could attempt to dodge something. It's like you shouldn't be required to spec into something just to have an interaction. Now, the only thing that does kind of defy this, the 4-point talents kind of break reality. They allow you to do things that you just cannot do with the ships otherwise. And massive fire, massive AA fire, like there's a ship out there that probably does like 2 damage a second to planes. But if you have this, I mean, technically with priority sector, you have half of it. But with this, you could actually shoot down planes every time you hit the priority sector button. Just bap, plane dies, bap, plane dies, bap, plane dies. You could even kill FDR planes with this. I mean, it breaks what the ship can do to allow it to do something it can't do. But if you already have like existing AA, this is not a skill you want because you're not being able to reinforce the good AA that you already have. But trying to alter commander skills to where you want to throw shitloads of points into something so that you can feel mildly effective, no. Commander skills are about kind of personalizing your ship to feel like it's a little bit more like what you want to bring than, oh, I have to do this. This is mandatory. Some people argue that Last Stand is not mandatory for a destroyer. Okay, I'm willing to go with it. But to me, this feels mandatory. Alrighty, so problem with the AA skills is you don't know in advance if you're going to go into a CV game or not. The skills are wasted if you end up in a non-CV. Yeah. Hey, Johan. My point is, if you're taken out of the game due to CV focus, you don't get shit for experience, even with plane kills. Assuming you die, you don't get to do anything else. Yeah, I mean, that's a viable concern. If you roll up in like, if you roll up in a Moskva against a Richthofen and the Richthofen fucking nails you, bam, for like 25k, comes back out, bam, 25k, and then ships fire and kill you for the rest of it. I mean, the Richthofen might have lost a lot of planes to do that, and, you know, you got fucked. The best part is, like, while that can happen, it's not going to happen every game. Sometimes you have bad games. Sometimes you get nailed. It's okay. You know, you can come back and play the game again, play a different game, and then when your ship comes out, you play it again. It's unlikely that it happens, you know, over and over and over and over again to where it's just like, it's something you just have to, like, be afraid of. Okay. The point from Potato Quality about Arty is wrong is because Arty is used to one-shot tanks. After the rework, it does less damage, but almost damage... will almost damage at least one module and stun your crew, which releases to reduce efficiency, so your crew with longer reload, moving. CVs don't really have this ability. So what Mirrodin is saying is, I guess in World of Tanks, the artillery used to one-shot stuff. Now they deal less damage, but they basically status effect the fuck out of your tank. So it not only deals some damage, but it also massively hinders the tank, which, I mean, that's kind of what they did with the CV rework. They took it from one-shot potential to like a hindrance potential. You know, I can harry a flank, I can harry somebody, I can fuck with them, I can slow them down, I can do things like that, sure, but I don't just get to one-shot them. Doesn't feel good when you die to a random torp as a destroyer either. Yeah, shit happens. I mean, you can be a good DD player and come in and know your timings and stuff, but maybe for some reason you happen to be against a Z52 that's full torp spec, including the unique, and he flooded torps 15 seconds earlier than you expected. So while you're in the middle of a turn, so you can reverse into the cap, surprise, motherfucker, you get, like, you eat 2 torps and you die. Because it's like, who the fuck plays this? You know, like, in your head, you could have all of these situations mathed out and still just completely random bullshit happens and you get nailed. It happens, you know, it is what it is, it's fun. You're an Arty main in World of Tanks, and the stun is much more influential than the damage because it cripples you much more than damage. Oh yeah, absolutely, Muradin. I get you. Status effect's very powerful. It's just that there's not much of a status effect in World of Warships. Like the engine being knocked, the rudder being knocked. That's kind of the extent of it. Other than maybe having some modules knocked out, I guess. Like maybe a turret got knocked out. You could try to make something that had more module breakage or more... you know, like knocking shit offline. You could do that. But in terms of, like, if you think of World of Warcraft or something, there could be slows, there could be strength decreases, there could be strength increases. Like, there's so many different ways that you can buff and debuff a character. World of Tanks or World of Warships is kind of a little more couched in a realistic concept. Like, it doesn't have to be real. But, you know, you still have to have people that are kind of like, okay, shells, if they ricochet off, I get that, or this. You know, it has to be understandable. It has to feel like it's not fairyland magic. And World of Warcraft can get away with fairyland bullshit magic. And if you play some of the World of Warships like the Halloween event or the other silly stuff, they can do bullshit magic. Woo! You know, fun times. You can't necessarily do that. I don't know if you can pull that into the main game for World of Tanks, World of Warships, stuff like that.